At 1:45, I think we walked about 5. Yeah, it's
As soon as I'm ready.
long night. It was real
Or
long.
did you punch it?
I did.
Okay. Hang on.
We good?
Yeah.
Okay. Waiting, word from my executive producer. Good morning. Today is Wednesday, July the 17th. This is a special meeting of Commissioners Court of Grimes County, Texas. We're at 114 West Buffington Avenue in Anderson, Texas. I'm calling the meeting to order to consider and take action to approve the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee appointments. And Commissioners, this committee, this advisory committee, is a committee that reviews grant requests that are submitted to the grant payees, but it's also submitted first to this committee. These individuals that are going to be submitted to you then review and discuss the applications. They score, I won't say they grade, they score the applications one to another when you have multiples for a particular grant. And then on the basis of their recommendations, grant monies are paid out in order of the scoring, or as long as the money holds out. Does that give you enough explanation of the Criminal Justice Advisory Board? Mr. Cox, Commissioner, you might have even a better understanding than I do with your years in probation.
No,
Not on probation, in probation.
that's a fair, short
Okay.
explanation. Yes, sir.
So, in front of you, Commissioners, you have a listing, and I asked my office to put these in alphabetical order, but if you want to note, Sherry Barrett, Juvenile Probation Director, Grimes County, is an incumbent, and you'll see that by the asterisks. Marilyn Bettis, Alderman, Plantersville, Texas. Philip Cox, Commissioner, Precinct 4, Grimes County. Sherry Fouth, citizen. Robert Goldstein, citizen. Dr. Ronnie Gonzalez, Navasota Independent Schools District Assistant Superintendent of Operations. Todd Green, Chief Deputy, Grimes County Sheriff's Department, currently an incumbent. Lester Underwood, Judge Underwood, Justice of the Peace, Precinct 2, Grimes County, is currently an incumbent. And Ms. Brenda Williams, who's Victims Coordinator, Grimes County, also an incumbent. So we had 4 members that were on the board. I was asked to possibly increase the number because sometimes schedules don't match up where these people can meet when the meetings are called. And the meetings are typically called no more than 3 times a year to score these grant applications. But I put those 8 names, and I have talked individually to all of these individuals who haven't served but would be willing to serve, and who have served and will continue to serve. So all 8 are in agreement to serve on this committee. Are there any questions or comments? Are there any other names that you possibly think should be added? And that would be kind
So
of.
you have a total of 8?
I have a total of 8, yes, ma'am.
There's 9.
There's 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have a total of 9, that's correct.
You increased it by 4.
I wanted to make it an odd number, so in the event of a tie.
You want to make the motion?
I move that we approve the names that the judge listed for the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee appointees.
Is there a second?
A second.
There's a motion before the court on consider and take action to approve the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee appointees by Commissioner Dobianski, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There are none, motion carries. Thank you very much. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Second.
There's a motion before the court by Commissioner Walker on agenda item number 2 to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner Mallett. All in favor, is there discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Remind the court that we have a budget workshop that starts. Good morning. It's Wednesday, July the 17th, 2019. Notice has been given for a budget workshop meeting at Commissioners Court, Grimes County, Texas, 4:09 a.m. on today's date. We're at 114 West Buffington Avenue in Anderson, Texas. The meeting is called to order. Second item on the agenda is discuss and review the Grimes County FY 2020 preliminary budget. Ms. Murphy, you have distributed to us a fresh copy. Can you explain to the entire court and those that might be interested what this fresh copy shows?
You had requested that we insert a 2.5% COLA in there, and so it has the original budget from fiscal year 2019, the 2.5% COLA with the same operating, and nothing was changed in that, and then you have the difference column.
Okay. Commissioner, did y'all get that? Okay. The logic behind my request to the auditors on that is, I again feel that it's incumbent upon us to make sure that our employees are fairly paid, but also being able to justify that to our taxpayers since we're spending their money. The idea is that we started making a little bit of progress last year with the 2% cost of living adjustment across the board. I'm proposing this year, based on information that I know on the economy, salaries, competitive labor and things of that sort, that if indeed the monies are available, that a 2.5% across the board cost of living be paid to all of our employees. So the reason I asked the auditors to put this into our currently proposed budget is so that we could see how that's going to reflect. And then we need to make the hard decisions as we go through this as to what we can afford, what we can't afford, what we're willing to make happen. Again, I'll make the comment that I find it very difficult for us to make semi-intelligent decisions when we do not have a reasonably fixed number to work with. The auditors have used the 2019 income numbers as a starting point for us to start with, and I think that's reasonable. I don't begrudge our auditors for that, because we have to pick a starting point. But all indicators are that the economy is doing better, valuations have gone up, we've increased the tax rolls. We do know some businesses have gone out of business. We do know some businesses have expanded their businesses. I have talked to the district tax office, Mark Beneke, and actually he was out on jury duty, so I talked to Shannon to find out how many protests were still remaining. And the number he gave me was surprising. It was like, and this was last week, around 2,000 protests were still remaining. However, a number of those protests were consolidated in one subdivision or one developer. I want to say it was Blue Bonnet is the one that he told me. I don't know how many resident parcels are in that area. But he was saying that one would resolve a lot. And I asked him about, what about our commercial protest? And he said the major ones have been resolved. And so on the basis of that, the numbers that we had last year from those are going to be better. I was also told that one of the pipeline companies, and auditors, if this rings a bell with you guys, holler out, but last year we had like $40 million they had $40 million of revenue or inventory that was taxable, and this year it's going to be something around the tune of $140 million. Now the caution that was advised to me said, okay, it was 40 million last year, it's 140 million this year, it could be 20 million next year.
That's right.
Okay. And I'm aware of that, and we need to be aware of that, as saying, okay, well, we got 140 million from them this year, that's gonna be good as gold from here on out. Not the case. But I share with you as much as I know at this point, as we go through this process of trying to decide what type of a budget we're willing to support and get behind. So in all honesty, I don't feel like we're any further along and prepared for our discussion today than when we adjourned our last budget discussion. However, I did want to put the 2.5% cost of living increase in the budget so that we could at least look at that, and we could look at, if you had a need to look at individual areas or departments or things of that sort, you could then have a better understanding of what those adjusted pay rates would be. So Jesse, one more time, the green and the red indicates a cut from last year.
No, the red
Increase.
indicates it increased
Okay.
from last year, and it's gonna cost you more money.
And the green,
The green is the reductions.
reduction, okay. There's more red than green, but
Yes.
that's by my request.
What are you colorblind?
We made sure we weren't,
We-
nobody else there was.
We discussed that since they're using red and green, and those are the two most colorblind colors for men particularly. Commissioner Walker was home free on that one. And the yellow is what,
There is no yellow.
ma'am?
Is there a yellow?
21.
Yellow
Just
is
highlight.
for me.
Okay,
That's not for you, I apologize.
that's all right. So with that, Commissioners, I'd like to open this workshop up for discussion, things that we need to consider, be aware of, where you would like to go from here.
Judge, may I make a comment?
You may.
Okay. In looking over all this last night, and I've been thinking about this since the budget process started, the more we increase the budget, the less money we're gonna have towards the building, because the money that I had told you we had available for the building was based off of 2019 expenditures. But if we increase the budget another $1 million to $2 million, that means I've got to recalculate that, and we're not gonna have as much money to go towards the new building. And I wanna remind y'all that if we do build a new building, and we have to borrow,
I'd like to correct you, when we do build the new
when we
building.
do build the new building, we're gonna have to borrow some money.
Understood.
And when that is done, then you're gonna have that big payment every year.
Absolutely.
And I just want y'all to be aware, if you get the budget this big and you don't get the money this big, you're gonna have a
Yeah,
problem.
I appreciate your comments, and thank you for restating that, but yes.
Well, I think that we just probably need to go ahead and go through the budget, look back at some of the changes that we've made, whether they were reductions or increases. I think that's a starting point. We may not know exactly a number, but the number we have is not a balanced budget. So therefore, we need to work at balancing the budget. And then if we should get an increase, prioritize maybe what comes back in.
So,
Now we're not balanced.
well, and I don't disagree with that thought process, but what I would say, in the essence of going through this, as we do make reductions, then we need to somewhat, best we can, start prioritizing those reductions, those that we would consider putting back in, or if there's a reduction, and as a matter of fact, we're not going to consider it even if we do have more money, so be it. That way, when we if we do get more funding, we can come back in fairly quickly, put those items back in.
Well, Judge, I feel comfortable in saying that we'll probably get at least another $250,000 in ad valorem taxes above what we have budgeted in there. And so that helps to some degree. Now, that's just going off of what we have collected this year from what was budgeted to be collected. So I really, and it's pretty much that way because more properties are being added and a lot more residential has been added. So I feel comfortable in saying that, you know, we could add another $250,000 to ad valorem taxes, and then that would reduce the deficit by that amount.
Sure. And right now, let's just confirm for everybody and for the public that might watch this hearing, that the deficit is $931,937.32. We all agree on that?
That's with the 2.5%.
That's with the 2.5%.
Can you repeat that one more time?
I can. $931,937.32. At this moment, with the information we have and what's been submitted, that is our deficit. Jesse, can you give me a pure number on the 2.5% cost of living?
It's amounts to, well, I haven't included the insurance. You asked me to take out the insurance, the retirement, and the SDB out of those columns. You asked me to back them out, because those are based on, the insurance was approved in court and
Right.
everything. So I backed all of that out. And if I back all of that out, I come up with 185,000. Now, if you give me a few minutes, I can add that back in and give you the full amount. But the 185 is the 2.5%, and that's just with the salary, the FICA, and unemployment.
But the other is already incorporated in the proposed budget number, correct?
But
Oh, yes,
retirement-
yes, but it's backed out of the difference column.
Yeah,
Right.
Okay.
because the retirement, that was adjusted. And the only thing that wouldn't change is the dollar amount for the insurance.
Okay. So let me just say this out loud for clarity, and if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. I'm just gonna use round numbers. We're right now $931,000 deficit. You're of the opinion we might receive an additional 200 to 250,000. For now, let's just use 200,000. So that would make us $731,000 short at this point for our discussions. And of that 731,000, 185,000 can be attributed to the COLA increase of 2.5% across the board. Is that right?
Yes, but it's a little more than 185.
Understood.
Okay.
But commissioners, we're clear on that?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that gives us a little bit of a starting point, I hope. And I see Judge McLean's here, so he was probably offering up a sacrificial lamb or two to take out of his
I'll
budget.
sacrifice anybody in here.
All right, I guess we go to in the beginning. Through your reviews, Commissioner, and I know this is a fresh copy for this morning, but we've had a fairly similar copy with all of the other expenditures. Do y'all have any immediate inputs or comments of where you see? I know in the beginning, Commissioner Cox had made the statement, wow, we're spending an awful lot on postage. Wow, we're spending an awful lot on travel and conference. And your question was, is that really where we need to be spending our money? And, you know, I think that's a valid question. But saying that, to prime the pump for conversation, does anybody have any obvious reductions or know that we can do away with something?
The only numbers that have changed since our last meeting is the addition of the raises. Is that correct?
That is correct. So, Mary, Jesse, the first couple of pages are showing the incomes from the different fees and things of that sort? All right.
Mr. Walker, I want to ask you, on your bridge budget that we keep for TxDOT, with the changes that TxDOT just recently made,
These, yes, these reflect the contract that we just approved on TxDOT.
that reflects all of them, so did it include the Milliken Bridge? I guess that was delayed,
That was put in previously.
that was put in previously?
We should, that line item should
It should be firm.
be current with
Current.
what we are committed to TxDOT to do. The EMP project, Milligan, is the 404 bridge, and we just recently completed, so that's our,
Okay.
I'm trying to stay ahead of them, you know, matching projects done prior to them doing theirs.
How, can you tell me how much of it was based upon, how much of your budget was based upon that second crew that we hadn't removed if we didn't approve the crew? We took out the crew.
Yeah, I think the figures in front of you don't include the second crew, like that was taken out in the first round of cuts.
Yes, the salary,
The salary, the equipment, I think the whole package, salary, equipment, extra fuel, extra repair and maintenance, comes to about $351,000.
and you saying that's already been,
That wasn't added to it.
it wasn't added to it?
That was taken out. It was in my original request. It was taken out in the first round of cuts that were made.
I thought in speaking last week, something was still in here.
No, there was a separate page showing what that crew would cost, I believe.
I can't look at it from here.
Your fuel increased and your repairs and maintenance increased, that's not due to the second crew. Like if you look
Part
at
of,
the,
part of it was.
but it's still in there,
Yeah.
the increase.
That's part of what's in that correct 51,000 is the additional fuel and additional repair and maintenance that would be associated with that second crew.
So that's still in there? Is that was my
What
question?
Jesse's telling me is the fuel portion and the repair and maintenance portion is still in there.
Well, I'm asking, I know, John, I'm
And they,
so on fuel, it increased by 34 grand, is that part of your repairs and maintenance increase by 45 grand? That's what she's asking, does that include?
well, see, that, those numbers are already reduced.
What page are you guys looking on? Page number?
22.
27.
Oh, I'm looking at the old one.
We're looking at the old one, Jesse, where you had your differences.
The new one has the differences too, the operating doesn't change. The new one is just bigger.
And you're on page what, 27?
27.
So,
But I can get all of them.
This is bigger print. I'd rather look at this one anyway.
I'd appreciate if all of us would work off the same one, the one that was submitted today.
I got all my notes on the
Well,
old
we,
one.
No, I understand you
Yeah, I'm
have
like,
your notes, but, and we'll give you time, but if we could,
Well, the other one had the experienced and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so
and we
I
just
kinda
got this
go from-
today, so it's hard to work off what we just got, because we didn't get to review that.
This was reduced, repair and maintenance was reduced in the first round of cuts. Yeah, 50,000 wasn't, about 25,000 for the fuel was for the next year. And this included the second range crew and price increases and prices.
So you're just saying this 45,000 is an increase that you're asking for, not because of the second year?
Part of this was because the second range crew. But I think that the part of this that reflects the second range crew is about 25,000.
Well, unless they're saying it's increasing all around.
Yeah, no, overall it's around, but it's not as much as I asked.
Sorry.
So I know last week, and I hate to be going, but I guess starting with the biggest things that I can see
sure.
is, the reason why I guess I'm talking to that is because I thought I understood you to say that there was some increases in there that were based upon a second crew, but we didn't approve the second crew, so I'm trying,
There were increases in my original submittal, there were increases associated with the second crew that by my tally amounts to about 351,000. Most of that was removed. Repair and maintenance wasn't changed, which are probably 20,000 of the repair and maintenance would be associated with that. And then there was 50,000 taken out of fuel, which I think is more than the second crew. I think about 25,000 would be the fuel for the second crew.
so out of the numbers like she showed you just then, out of your 414 fuel line, you're saying about 20,000.
About 25,000. The first round of cuts took 50,000 out of fuel, what I've requested. About 25,000 of that would reflect the second crew.
Well, what's in there is what, I'm showing that you requested, or maybe that Jessie redid your sheets. Did you redo these after you reviewed these?
And the,
Yeah, look at his, he requested it to be increased to 250,000. And from that 250,000, we took away, he's saying only about 25,000 in that fuel line was for the second drainage crew. But instead of just taking away the 25 grand, we took away 50 grand. It is still an increase, but I'm assuming that's an increase that he is needing, not because of the drainage crew.
We are anticipating a price increase in fuel.
And I know that you're, which leads me to my second point. I know you were trying to be aggressive this year in your predictions as far as, I don't know if you call it special project or paving projects.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the budget submittals were based on a total of a little over 20 miles of new paving projects, which in the past our goal has been 10 miles.
Mm-hmm.
We're hoping to get 14 miles this year. So that even from increase from this year's budget, if that all works out, it's still about 50%. So that's where I've been most aggressive in my budget, is trying to do more roads. Whether we can really get our arms around that and how much of it we're going to have to contract out remains to be seen. We will have to contract out a significant portion of that to get that done.
Okay, so this year you contracted out very little, right? You did contract out
I
some.
think the contract, if I remember right, covers about 8 miles.
Is that the one we just approved?
Yes.
That was 297,000.
Right. It's either 5 miles or 8 miles, I don't remember the exact.
I think it was closer to 5 is what it was proposed, yes, sir.
I think I had 8 and then I backed off, took one neighborhood out of the contract, so I think about 5 is what's under contract. And then that leaves approximately the same amount for the crew to do internally as what we did last year.
I guess where I was going with that was, if the current budget you have now, your 8, and our initial goal was 10, and you're doing 14. Is it too aggressive to say that we're trying to do 20?
It's pretty aggressive. That would be the area I would probably be, prefer to reduce if we need to cut our budget further. Quite frankly, I'd rather trade the second drainage crew for less in the way of paving projects, because I'm not sure we can really get that all covered internally. We're gonna have to put probably at least half of that out for bids. And while having a contractor do the work, frees up our resources to do other things, it does cost us more than if we were doing it internally. So it's a trade-off. It's how much work you can accomplish versus the average cost of that work.
Is that why there's a significant increase in contract hauling?
The contract hauling has to go along with that. The way our line items are set up for new paving projects, that number only reflects the asphalt. The rock for the base work is in road materials, and then of course you gotta haul that, so it's reflected in the contract hauling also. It's, when you see those line items for the new paving projects, that's only a portion of the cost of those projects. If you hit them standalone, actually about 60% of that cost is for the base material and the preparation work that goes into that. But historically, that's not how the county has presented that part of the budget. So it's, if we do more road work, then we have to have more road materials, we have to have more contract hauling. Those are the 3 big line items.
So, in essence, in reducing, if we were not being as aggressive as we hope that we can be,
Right.
then we've also increased those line items based upon that.
They could be decreased also, yes. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be, if we, just in an extreme case, if we cut the new paving projects back by 50%, went back to a 10-mile target like we've had in the past, the road materials and the contract hauling wouldn't be reduced by 50% because a lot of that is just our general maintenance that goes on every road, every week, every day. But
So-
there would be a significant reduction in those items.
On the contract hauling, I'm sorry, on the contract hauling, or on the new pay projects, and the contractors coming in, we're supplying the base,
Yes.
not like Link Road.
We're preparing the base, and the contractor's coming in and just doing the chip sealing.
Okay. That's different from what we're doing currently this year with Link Road, where they're gonna do the base.
Yeah, Link Road is gonna be a turnkey project.
Mhm.
The contractor will do the base, the hot mix, everything.
So these other projects are not turnkey.
No, no. With Link Road, because of the amount of asphalt we're putting down, I don't want to give the contractor any excuses for why it might fail. I don't want him to come and say, well, the county didn't prepare the base adequately. With the chip sealing projects, that's less of an issue. For one thing, we're not putting nearly as much asphalt on those roads to begin with. And that, that's something we can look at in the future, is make the chip seal contracts turnkey. Well, I wasn't quite ready to go there this year since we haven't contracted out in the past.
Well, I know at one time we talked about taking the time or taking the energy to prepare the base with the drainage crew, making headway, taking some of the water off the roads. Are we retaining more base than we've lost in the past, to where some of the, I guess I was looking at the projects being preparation 1 year, next year, a chip seal?
Ideally, you want to prepare them and pave them all in the same year. We're just starting this week on chip sealing. And we're starting with the projects that we weren't able to finish last year. Midway, Magnolia, Overhill, those roads down there that, you may recall, we had them set up and ready to go last September when it started raining, and we were never able to pave them. Now we're having to go back and do a significant amount of work on re-preparing those roads, because we've lost material off those roads, just particularly bad this year because of the extremely wet weather we've had. So ideally, you don't want to wait till the next year, because you get it to this level,
Yeah.
and then you're gonna have a decrease just because of the weathering and the traffic, and you're gonna have to, fix it back, so it's less efficient. And if you think about it overall, you only gain 1 year's savings, because once you get into that cycle, you're doing 10 miles of paving, 10 miles of preparation work every year anyway, just not necessarily on the same roads. Does that make sense?
Okay. Well, I guess my next question would, we talked about fund balance.
Yes.
I've always been cautious on building a budget off of a fund balance, because if the fund balance eventually erodes, then we have this budget that,
You don't want to use fund balance for ongoing expenses, because fund balance is sort of it's not consistently funded. Some years you had quite a bit, towards other years you may not. But for one-time expenditures, like machinery and equipment, given where our fund balance is right now, we've been told by the auditor's office that, we're really at the upper limit of what's recommended for maintaining fund balance. We're at about 50%, 6 months worth of expenditures. I'm very comfortable we could reduce that. My understanding has always been the guidelines are 3 to 6 months fund balance to cover any unforeseen circumstances. So we could take the machinery and equipment money and the capital lease money that we committed to last year out of fund balance this year and still be in a comfortable range on fund balance, and reduce the the impact of this current budget.
We've already applied fund balance to the machinery, equipment, and the capital lease.
Not in the papers I've got.
So looking at.
This, okay, this is different than what you gave me before.
If you look at your total, your operating is not different. Your salaries would be different because they requested a 2.5% to be placed in there. So if you look at your total, your revenue should be less than your expenditures. And what is less than would be what we're taking from fund balance.
630,000 under.
It should be 637.
This, this. What I'm saying. We said we were gonna take a fund balance, but they didn't take an act yet. Capital lease is still here.
It's
Oh,
still gonna,
it's gonna be in the
it's
budget.
gonna be budgeted. Where you would see it is the difference between these two. Because your revenue, you're not transferring enough to cover those expenditures. And so, because we are using your fund balance. So that's how we budget, by using fund balance.
So these numbers don't make sense. These numbers don't make good, what you tell me.
Those numbers are good.
This what, happy, I'm gonna fuss, but we should have this information when we sit down for these budget hearings, so we're all on the same page.
Well, we don't know how many people are gonna actually show up.
We know how many department heads you got.
Yeah, I know, but that'd need like 17, 18 more copies. And there's not that many in here.
Send that to spreadsheet. We could save a lot of time and confusion, if y'all would do that.
Your operating is exactly the same. All of these numbers are exactly the same. This is a difference column. So they're asking
So I'm
for,
misunderstanding.
yes, so let me explain it really quick. This is the column that's in your budget. They asked for us to give them a different
So
column.
this is the only difference plus the 2.5%.
Right, this is a difference between what's budgeted, this is budgeted this year. This is what's in the proposed budget, and this is a difference column for them to be able to easily see how much each one has increased.
And the difference columns are only, in the operating. It's not in the salary.
No, there's a difference.
Well, I know there's a difference, but you get it from the sheet.
Yes.
Harry, I know you get tired of repeating yourself, but that's beside the point. What is the cost of the second ditch crew?
By my numbers, I came up with about 351,000.
Is that, that's only the equipment?
No,
That's the whole personnel and,
about 90,000 is equipment. That's salary, benefits, equipment, and some of those ancillary charges we talked about already.
and it's just hypothetical, but if you went back to the drawing board and looked at your budget where you brought in the equipment for a second ditching crew, but not bringing in personnel, utilizing personnel you have on, in other areas of your department, and to get them to, if you will, man the equipment for the ditching crew, what would that do to your operation? And the reason I ask is because we know the importance of that second ditching crew to get the water off the roads. So if we accelerated getting the water off the roads, maybe we could save some of your maintenance time on repairing the roads. You follow my thought process?
That's true, but the problem it creates is like right now, when we're doing paving,
Yes, sir?
I already am not running any containers anywhere in the county except on our paving projects, because I've got so many of the guys and so much of the equipment on the paving projects. And then if you reduce that personnel even further, then we can't even get our paving project done. It's, the drainage work will provide benefits in general maintenance over a long period of time. You're not gonna see it as an immediate effect.
Right. No, I
It's gonna
understand.
reduce the need for, you know, a large chunk of maintenance on the other hand on the roads. You know, we were even talking today, one of the limitations we've got right now, is we really need another roller to keep up with everything we've got. I said, well, why don't we just go rent one? I said, well, I don't have an operator to put on it. So we're limited by the resources that we have to do the paving work already. And then if you take part of that away and dedicate it to just drainage, and it won't be just during paving season, but year-round, you're gonna diminish the amount of road maintenance you're gonna do. And it's gonna take some time, it's gonna take several years before you start to see the benefit of the second drainage crew in terms of noticeably less road maintenance. It's, you know, it's a long-term program that will provide you benefits in the long run, but it's not gonna be an immediate, you know, quick hit.
Okay.
So I wouldn't recommend that approach.
All right. Mary?
I was looking over his proposal the other day, and I got thinking maybe some reorganization, because when we started the first drainage crew, we started out with a supervisor and an equipment operator and 3 others. So we started out with a 5-man crew. And now there's 8 men in the crew. So I was thinking if we could add just a couple of more positions, we could have 5 on 2 crews. And if we're gonna have them stationed, the one at the north end and one at the south end, why would we need a supervisor or superintendent over them when there's already a supervisor at the north end and the south end? So that, I mean, I was just thinking, you know, maybe we could reorganize it some way like that and be able to get that second crew that y'all are wanting.
Had you pitched Mr. Walker that idea?
No, I've just started thinking about it over the weekend, really.
No comment.
I don't know how, you know, how everything works for Road and Bridge, but I was just trying to think of a way that it would simplify things for the budget.
It has been proposed in the organization that we think would work best to serve our needs.
And your proposal, looking at your original, that was 1 grade all operator, 2 CDL operators, and 2 light equipment operators.
And that's, part of the operation would be to move another driver from the existing crew over. So you'd have 3 drivers, 3 trucks associated with each grade on.
So those would be the new positions that you would need.
Yes.
Okay.
Right now, we've got 4 trucks, 4 drivers, and then 1 grade all. We go to 3 and 3, and we think that would be workable.
Well, if the goal of the county is to work toward paving most of the county roads, that probably won't happen, unfortunately, in my lifetime. But,
You're gonna live to be 150.
yeah, right. The issue that I've seen and experienced, and I know we all have, is the problem that water creates on the existing roads that we have. And I personally, in my precinct, have witnessed and I know you say it's a long-term process, and I'll agree with you on that, but I've seen immediate resolutions from some drainage work done. And it's difficult for me not to understand how that couldn't benefit the entire county. You know, I'm advocating that we include a second drainage crew in the budget. I think from a long-term perspective, it will be beneficial for the county, and I even think in the short term, it will be beneficial for the county. And I think cutting corners on that crew with equipment and personnel is not the way to go. I think if we're going to do it, we need to do it right. And yes, it's expensive, but in the long term, how much is it going to save? If we improve our roadways throughout the county, you're going to see an impact in other areas such as economic development. People are going to be more apt to come travel our roadways, and the taxpayers are going to be happy. I think we can fund a portion of it out of fund balance, if not the majority of it. But I do think that it is a piece of the budget that we need to give serious consideration to going forward.
I agree.
I'm not clear on the point you just made about the fund balance. Can you back up?
For equipment, I believe is what he's.
Is that what he's
talking
saying?
about. Yeah, you
For
would
equipment.
put, fund balance toward salaries.
And I understand and I appreciate your aggressive approach to the paving projects, and I'm not minimizing that mindset. But I think to have a greater impact on the road systems in the county, if you can keep the water off of them, it will give an overall better ride to the people that are traveling the roads without paving.
And I believe Mr. Walker said that fact, he'd rather have the ditch crew than the additional paving. Is that correct?
I mean, I think that's
Drainage.
addressing the drainage issues is the most fundamental thing on these roads. You gotta get them to drain properly, and then you gotta get adequate base on them, before you even talk about paving. So I think in the priority order, getting proper drainage is particularly for the relative benefit of paving an extra mile or two of road when we're already increasing it quite a bit. I'd rather see the money go into the second drainage, quite frankly.
I also agree with that. I've not seen a big difference in the amount of base that we're losing on these roads where we've done the drainage in the past 3 or 4 years. And I know it's saving us money in that aspect of it. And if we had 2 crews, it would be just double that.
And I guess that's some of the point I was making earlier, that if we are preparing or making headway with the crew on drainage, which is what I heard both of you say, that there's been some improvement,
Yeah.
and we're not losing as much base, and then you've got a reclaimer coming in, right? That's gonna,
We rented one this year, and that worked out real well. I will probably do that again in the coming budget. It's proved to be beneficial on getting some of these roads, getting the base in the shape on some of these roads.
getting the base into shape. That's reclaiming some of the material that's there and then resurfacing it.
Yeah, you reach a point on these paved roads where there's so many patches and potholes and we come in and level up and everything, where you basically have to tear it all up and start over again. And that's, with the reclaimer, you can do that and rework the base at the same time, so you get a much more uniform, consistent product, and then you go back and pave that. So I think it's been worthwhile this year. Unfortunately, an expensive piece of equipment, I'm not proposing that we buy one, but I think we will continue to rent one from time to time, when it's appropriate.
So on your resurface paved road projects, Did that number, what does that number look like?
That number, the biggest portion of that is the proposed paving on County Road 302, to do another about half of what's left. That wasn't done under that grant. That was something over 200,000 for that project. And then what we are looking at on existing paved roads that have been previously chip sealed, going back and patching and do a third course of chip seal over the entire road. The county's been doing the chip seal long enough that we're reaching the point where previously chip sealed roads now need to be resealed. And that's where that number comes from. And I've got the list of those roads, I can give it to you. But that's what we're doing with that line item.
I noticed on your initial sheet that you turned in, it said it included a contractor on that one.
We have planned on the use of the contractor
Oh, some of the
in this
chips,
budget.
chip seal.
For some of these roads for additional chip sealing, but that's in the new paving project portion.
Oh, that's
Now,
in the new
302, that one, where I'm talking about doing actual hot mix, we would have a contractor do that.
So that's in the new road.
That, well, I actually put it in the resurfacing. I've got it, the way I broke out my budget, I've got 302 in that resurfacing line item. Because, again, they're previously paved roads. It's previously paved road.
So the portion you're talking about was previously paved, or did I hear you say you're going to pave the remaining that the grant did not pay?
Well, you know, it's been paved, it's
Oh, it's
all
been
paved. But there were a couple miles of the road that were originally planned to be paved in the grant. Because the money didn't work out, that wasn't done. But it has been paved by the county separately. That portion is basically the west end coming off 362. That pavement is not in good shape. And you can see a distinct difference where you go from the part that the county did and the part that was done under that grant project. The county has for a long, ever since that grant project, they have had a plan to go back and finish paving the rest of that with hot mix. And that's what I'm trying to do here, is repave about half of what's left with hot mix. And then come back in a future year and catch the rest of it.
So you have a significant balance in your fund balance, right?
About $3 million is what I'm told.
Yeah, and so it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that the greatest expense that we've ever had to expend out of that fund balance in the event of an emergency is, what, $400,000 to $500,000? Okay.
I think it's even less than that. I think
It
it's
is.
around 275 to 300.
The first time it was like 275. Now, if there's others, I can't speak to that, but I know when, I don't know what storm it was, may have been Harvey. We had an emergency meeting and we transferred 275 or
Hurricane
250.
Harvey.
250.
Which one was it?
It wasn't Harvey, it was one of
It was
the.
the 16 or the hurricane?
15 or 16.
Was it the hurricane? Okay.
So the 3 million or more that you have in there is way beyond what you need to operate your department for a 3 to 6 month period of time.
Yeah, that would cover 6 months operations, salaries, materials, everything.
So if we looked at your resurfacing projects and your new pavement projects, the difference in those and the machinery for the second drainage crew could be paid for out of your fund balance with relatively little impact. Would you say that was true?
Say that again. I'm
So your new paving projects and your resurface projects, the difference between what you've requested, which is about $298,000, and the equipment out of the second drainage crew, all of that, we could still maintain that if we used a portion of your fund balance.
Yes, you could use a portion of the fund balance to pay for some of the paving projects in addition to the machinery and equipment we talked about. The machinery and equipment that we've talked about removing is like $625,000, which would still leave us plus or minus 2.4 million. And then, you could take a portion of this and take it down to maybe 2 million. It's still, again, more than the 3 months operating costs.
Would that be troublesome for you? Would you be able to sleep at night, I guess?
No, it's not troublesome for me. Again, fund balance to me should be used for, one-time expenditures, not for ongoing expenses. I would not be comfortable if we said, let's fund the second drainage crew salaries out of fund balance.
Right.
But, individual projects and individual pieces of equipment, I'm perfectly comfortable with that. And again, I think, again, given the county's history, what has actually been used out of fund balance in emergencies in the past doesn't come anywhere close to touching even 3 months operating expenses. I mean, take a substantial emergency to cost us that much money, quite frankly. I mean, it would have to be notice flood.
Yeah.
So currently, from your proposal, I have a number of 435 and 192 coming out of fund balance.
Well, that's where our discussion came from. What I see on the proposed budget, the 435 and 192 are still listed in the budget. What they're saying is, yes, but the funding for that is planned to come out of fund balance.
Because if you look down at the end of Fund 20, you'll see revenue is one amount and expenditures is another, and the difference is about $630,000. That $630,000 is what is planning on coming out of fund balance at this point.
Even when you're using fund balance, he's going to spend the money. So you need to budget the expenditure, knowing that he's going to spend the money, and that's why it's in the budget.
Yes, but if we take it out of current revenues,
We're not taking it out of current revenues because it's taking out of fund balance.
But it's also dispersed in other areas such as your contract hauling and those areas,
What is dispersed in other areas?
some of the fund balance.
No, the
At
fund
this
balance
point,
is
no.
only usage of the machinery and equipment and the capital lease.
Okay, so did I hear you say we're using 627?
It should be, yes.
That's the machinery and equipment, and then the capital lease.
capital lease.
for the-
Okay, so we're not, I think what I'm looking at is the difference. I can see it now.
So if you did that, you were looking at roughly $1 million coming out of fund balance if you paid for your paving projects and your resurface projects and the equipment for the second drainage crew. And you get over $3 million.
It's 2.9 is the end of the audited.
Does
But
this?
that clears up, I'm sorry,
Okay, I'm sorry.
that clears up some issues for us with regard to
Yeah, if,
your budget.
again, if it's a way to cover the proposed projects and things that are in this budget and the second drainage crew, by using money we've got in the piggy bank for some of the one-time expenditures.
So if you backed out the second crew already out of this budget, then adding it back in, that's what, to that number?
That
It's
350,000
How
plus or
much?
minus, about 350,000.
That's
The-
plus load and plus you'll need to add money back into the fuel.
That's already in there.
The fuel,
That's
when
in that 350.
So that, I think that it would actually, the 350,000 is the fuel and the maintenance that's already in your budget proposed right now, correct?
That's what we're a little fuzzy on what was removed. Was that intended to be the part for the second drainage crew or not? But my separate calculation of the costs associated with the second drainage crew, salary, burden, equipment, fuel, repair, and maintenance is $351,000,
That's the whole package.
a whole package.
All right.
But you've got, if you look at, well, at least the form that I have, do you have the budget? The one,
Yeah.
there's an increase in your fuel line and your repairs and maintenance of $79,000. Is that inclusive of the fuel and the repair and maintenance that would be expended on the second drainage crew?
And that part of the conversation, the fuel line item was not changed from what was requested. And that included an additional amount for the second drainage crew, about $25,000.
Right.
Okay.
The repair and maintenance line item was reduced by $50,000 from my request. My estimate is actually about 20,000 of that. Actually, I think I said that wrong backwards, but about 20,000 of that was associated with the second drainage crew.
In maintenance or fuel?
The combination, we took
Okay.
more out of one item and nothing out of the other. Equivalently, we pretty well covered the repair and maintenance and the fuel for the second drainage crew, in the reductions that were already made.
So, are you saying that this would take care of that? The amount that's budgeted, right?
Yes, and that's what I'm saying, the 351,000, if we put that back, would take care of basically everything associated with the second drainage crew. And again, I don't know until we bid the fuel contract what it's actually gonna be this year. You know, there's some caveats in there, but that's my estimate of what was needed to cover that package.
So it's a matter of figuring out or giving concrete numbers as to what's in here and what's been taken out. It's,
And you could offset that by taking an additional 350,000 out of fund balance for some of these specific projects. That could be easily done.
So we'd be looking at 1.3 million, roughly, if we did that?
No. 350,000 on top of what we've already,
Okay.
the 630. Again, plus or minus $1 million.
What about the new barn on that new property?
That we've said all along was gonna come out of fund balance.
I know, and we budgeted for that, and we budgeted 300,000 for that this year out of fund balance. That'll roll back in if you don't get started on one.
Well, we're hoping to get started before the end of the year, and then the new barn, we'll take some additional money out of fund balance. What I estimated was 150,000 additional, but until we get the actual bids in, I won't know for certain.
But even at that, you still have enough operating and left in balance.
Yes. Yeah. Now, even if you know, the new barn took an extra 250,000, we're still at 1.7 in fund balance left. It's still a substantial amount, and it's still more than the 25% or 3 months operating costs. The latest estimate we had from Paul Mallard was 556,000. We've got 300 in this year's budget earmark. We sent him back substantial changes, reduce the scope of that. So I'm thinking we're gonna get back close to that $150,000 additional number.
Okay.
So the impact on your budget would be significantly reduced to the overall budget, or reduction to the overall budget, if some of these things that we've discussed were taken care of out of fund balance. And we still accomplish some of the goals that you've got set out for the next year.
Yeah, rather than just cutting back on a number of projects we're planning to do, we could just fund some of those out of fund balance and still accomplish the same thing.
I'd just urge the court to consider that.
I don't disagree. I'm just trying to think of the best use of time. If you and Jesse need to huddle, and then Jesse, you give us a new bottom line number on the basis of what Harry was just talking about, taking out of fund balance and applying it to his fund. Because we're dealing with two fund balances, aren't we?
No,
I mean,
for fund, oh, his is Fund 20.
okay, and that has nothing to do with fund balance, so.
It has something
Fund
to do
10,
with fund
Fund
balance,
10.
but not the general operating.
Right, but I mean,
It will in terms of drainage crew salaries. You can't take salaries, if my understanding is correct, out of fund balance.
but if we take other things out of fund balance, then from revenue coming in, we ought to be able to cover the salaries.
So going forward though, next year, then you have increased your, I guess, employees,
Yes.
number of employees you have.
That's.
That comes out of
you have to
Fund
decide
10.
if this isn't just a one-year budget.
There you go, that's where I'm
You're
going with
setting up
that.
future years, not the machinery and equipment portion, but the salary portion is the biggest expense. And if revenues in the future aren't there, then we may have to cut people.
But I think if you're funding special projects, like the additional one he's talking about, the extra, roughly $300,000 from last year's budget to this year's budget.
Yeah, I mean, any
If we did
any
that
of
from
those project-related line items could be funded out of fund balance, and not affect, what's going forward.
But you're talking about projects.
Special projects,
I-
or the new paving projects, or the repaving project, any of those, or combination of those, any of that, could be funded out of fund balance, this time around. No telling what's gonna happen in the future, but, yeah, whether we pull the money for the special projects, or, some of the road projects.
So to be clear to me, am I hearing two different conversations? I hear him talking about drainage crew, adding a drainage crew and funding the necessary things out of Fund 20, but the salaries would be out of Fund 10. And I hear you saying, even in the budget that we have now, the special projects without a second crew could still be done out of fund balance. Am I hearing that?
No,
Salaries would still come out of Fund 20.
yeah.
But
no.
I'm saying, you were talking about special projects could come out of fund balance,
Which
right?
which would have reduced the budget in order for us to add the
I think that was just a different suggestion of, you can put new paving projects out of fund balance.
we're not necessarily, because of the addition of that, we're not, for like next year's budget, or the following year's budget, we're not in a deficit from projects necessarily, but I'm just talking about the additional projects that we're talking about funding this year.
Yeah, which is the same
From
thing
last
he
year's
said
budget,
earlier about
then
the,
yeah, so
about
we're
the
not
projects. So I'm
necessarily-
just
yeah.
trying to see, are y'all having the same conversation?
I think so.
Because I'm
Probably
not
just worded-
reading what's in
probably
your
just
head.
worded
I need to
differently,
know.
I think it's just worded
Verbally
differently.
out loud, where you're going and where you're going. I just need to
Yeah.
know, I'm hearing the same conversation.
I think the conversation is, we can fund the second drainage crew by the use, offset that by the use of fund balance, so that, same, the difference between revenue and expenditure stays the same.
But I'm also asking the question, how long will you use fund balance to, I mean, we've gotta watch Fund 10 when it comes down to increase in salaries and positions.
Yeah, we're not talking about using fund balance to address the salaries.
No.
Not this time,
Oh, you're gonna encumber a personnel expense.
Yes.
To add the drainage.
ongoing.
Yeah,
But
next-
at the,
Next year is a whole different conversation. We look at revenue, projects and everything again, and it's still got all balanced.
Because what I would hate, while I'm all on board for, this is where we talk, right?
Understand?
As a group, this is where we talk. I just want to know what we see in the future. Where are we in the future in terms of, do we then, if we don't have the same revenue, are you willing to cut back on your crew? Because if we
If we don't have
if we
the revenue
constantly
to support it,
increase
we have to.
employees, we're getting top
I
heavy.
mean, that's, you know, if we don't have the revenue to support it, we have to.
Well, I think our project should go down, or that's what I'm talking about. If we pull from last year's budget to this year, there's, a $300,000 increase in special type projects and paving projects. So that almost, we just, from moving forward, we would, drop our number back down to 10 miles or something like that, which
Yeah,
would,
we may, in future
and
years,
still
we
pretty
may
much
have
keep the
to
same
make
budget, keep the
an
same people.
adjustment if the revenue increases don't cover the unwanted salary increase.
Okay, I'm just putting it out there, playing devil's advocate, because
I understand, and it's
we
important
hear.
to remember
Appreciate
that
that.
we're
We're not
here,
just talking
you
about
cut
that.
road and bridge, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
So
and two,
I'm just
hopefully
trying to
with the
look
new,
out for.
with the new drainage crews, we will reduce the amount of base material and everything else we need to purchase in the future, which would, then go towards.
hopefully
yeah, so-
we'll start to see those benefits in a material way.
Yeah.
But there's always a recognition that, I mean, even if we don't change any of the numbers from last year, we don't know what next year is gonna bring. We don't know if the revenue is gonna be there to support the people we already have.
Mhm.
So there's always a possibility that if things don't work out, you may have to lay people off.
Or that's when you have the discussion of how many projects or what the benefit is, and that's a future discussion for sure.
I mean, if we go into another recession or something, we may not be able to support what we've got.
Well, it's still a conversation to be had, because I've been here long enough to hear remarks coming, why did you cut road and bridge crews? Why did you cut road and bridge? So if you're gonna build it up, then be prepared to hear it come back at you when if in the future you should have to cut it, you're gonna hear about it.
Yeah. If the revenue's there, great. If not, that's unfortunate. We'll do what we have to do.
But I want to explain how we're doing it so that we are all on the same page, so that when I'm approached with that question on how we're doing it, I can speak to Fund 20 and I can speak to Fund 10, but it's just having that understanding and making sure that our citizens understand what we're talking about, we're doing here.
Well, and I mean, at the end of the process, the revenue and the expenditures have to balance.
Right.
And it's no matter what happens, hopefully revenues increase, and it's not an issue, but there's always a possibility it doesn't work out that way. Wouldn't be the first time I had to lay people off.
But the other issue that we deal with, that I still find confusing, but I'm trying to learn, are the dedicated funds. Because if, an example, if we've got dedicated funds and we've got 8 years of money or 5 years of money in there, I'm really not worried about 5 years from now at this moment. I'm worried about 1, 2, 3 years from now possibly. So from my point of view, some of these funds that have dedicated monies, we need to use that down to a reasonable level and then take our revenues to work through the rest of the process. I mean, if what I'm saying makes sense, but because we have dedicated funds and there's some that we hadn't been using at all, the dispute resolution for one, it's not a huge, big number, But we've got those dedicated funds, they've got money captured, and it's just sitting there. So it's not doing the taxpayers any good, it's not doing the county any good, just sitting there.
You have dedicated and then you have restricted, right? There is a difference between restricted and dedicated. Your fund you mentioned earlier about the advisory dispute center, those are restricted. They can only be used for a certain thing. I don't think your fund balance is just totally restricted.
I don't, let
It's
let
not.
them answer, but I don't think there are any restrictions on road and bridges fund balance. The only restricted funds we have, that my understanding is the special projects, where we've signed a commitment to TxDOT.
Right.
You know, we're gonna do a matching project that's worth this much money. And that would be.
And that's an obligation.
Yes, but his fund balance is not restricted,
And
it's
I
Yeah,
dedicated.
fund balance is not restricted, in my understanding.
I mean, I'd make a comment, while it may not be restricted, I believe that the taxpayers would consider it to be restricted because that's the money that's been set aside to put into the road and bridges in the county. So, I mean.
But we're
I-
just
I-
talking differences,
Yes.
Yeah, I
not talking
understand.
about what the citizens expect or think. It's just the definition of the words restricted and that's all that I was discussing.
That's true, but my understanding is road and bridge has a separate fund balance, separate apart from the rest of the county, because there are
Special.
commitments made on doing roads and taking care of things, you know, that need to continue on.
And don't get me wrong, but when we talk about budget hearings and budgets and stuff, some of the biggest budgets we have is the road and bridge and the sheriff department, and it rightfully it should be. So they're worth discussing, they're worth hashing out, they're worth us getting an understanding. So,
Absolutely.
you know, don't take it wrong that I'm asking questions. It's
Oh, no,
it's
no,
my
I-
job to ask questions
I
and to
we've
understand.
got, I don't know, it's the biggest or the second largest budget in the county. It's gotta be a topic of conversation, and I propose some healthy increases this year.
Yes,
I didn't expect to get all that, quite frankly. But again.
but if you don't put it out there, if you
It's a
don't ask,
goal.
you don't get, so.
Well, it's a goal, you know, and Court has made it clear we want to try and do more paving and everything. And it's not always possible to do more without increasing your budget.
Right, and we talked about that in our talks a while ago, when we talked about, are we being too aggressive? Are we, you know,
Yeah, possible.
yes, thank you.
Don't believe in aim high.
And that's
You're
what-
aiming
that's
really
what can be
high this
discussed,
year,
you know.
and I guess you said that, you believe in aiming high. Your goal was 10, you say you're doing 14, so you more than exceeded your goal on the same
We haven't got
budget.
there yet.
On the same budget
Got there
though.
yet.
That's where I was going with that, on the same budget.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I think it could be a coordination with, you know, if we can get this additional drainage crew in and maybe back off a little bit on the projects and then pull some of that from fund balance.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, show me what the total budget needs to be, and I'll show you how we get there.
Well, I want us all to keep in mind, not only do we have road and bridge and sheriff's departments, we have mandates that we have to take care of, and we have other departments that have needs that may include employees too. So, you know, the big scheme of things,
Oh, absolutely. But I think as far as priority, which is kind of what we're trying to do as well, I agree with that.
and some of those may just
With the
be
other commi- yeah.
big priorities.
Yeah, as far as, you know, the drainage crew. I think that's should be one of our top priorities.
Yeah,
For-
'cause
for
many,
future-
many
for
times I
future.
hear, we're
Yeah.
kind of, as a court, we kind of cater to maybe one department and don't cater to the others.
No, I
But they
agree.
still
Yeah.
have needs.
Absolutely,
So I
absolutely.
just want to put that out there in the big
But
scheme of
being a
things.
budget that's, you know, pretty much the same as last year with all the additional requests we're getting, we have to find something somewhere.
Yeah,
That's-
but he said he was being very aggressive.
uh-huh. Yeah, and like I said, I think it's, you know, the priority for that would be a benefit in the long run for
I
actually
think road and
reducing the
bridge
amount
is
of
the
money
number
we're
one
gonna do.
priority. That's the
Absolutely.
thing that touches our citizens the most when they come out and they drive away from their home.
Those are the most calls.
That
we get.
impacts them the most, but, you know, you have a large budget here.
And I think the second drainage crew could be incorporated into the budget with some adjustments to some other areas, just like you suggested, that, in my mind, I think that it's a significant enough priority that we should move forward with that.
Well, I was getting the ball rolling on the conversation, so.
So
you
I'll
had
make,
to take
so I'll make
a
a,
step
I'll make a
somewhere.
recommendation then. Harry, are you here tomorrow?
Yes.
All right, he's here tomorrow. I think I'm here tomorrow. That Harry and I can work with the auditors, get the second drainage put in there, make some decisions as to what we're gonna take out of Fund 20. And then have that, and look at the other areas, repair, fuel, special projects, kind of revamp his budget, having the second ditch crew incorporated in there, and then see what that does to our numbers, or how we can work the numbers to make it fit as best we can. So saying that, why don't we take road and bridge and set it aside, and then take a look at these other departments, if that's, auditors, are you guys available tomorrow?
Yes, since you're done with pretty much Road and Bridge, I'm just gonna put one little input. Sorry, Harry, I tried.
It's not gonna turn it upside down, is it?
It's not, it's just, you know, you're talking about budgeting the machinery and equipment, the 435,000, the capital lease. And if you look, every year you're gonna need machinery and equipment. I understand like drainage crew, the startup on the machinery and equipment, using it from fund balance. We've done that in the past, that makes sense, it's a startup. But just keep in mind that if you do budget his normal $435,000 in machinery and equipment, if you use fund balance, be prepared to look for that money for next year, because he's gonna need that money next year. I mean, in the past, we've spent, you rotate out your equipment, Harry. Sometimes it is larger than others because you have to purchase new or used equipment. And I know we base it year after year, or year on year. But the thing is you're gonna need machinery and equipment. You need that to operate your department.
That's true, but if you're recommending I reduce our fund balance, you have to let me spend it somewhere.
No, I'm not, I'm just saying, spend it, yes, but machinery and equipment may not be the best area to use it unless it's a startup. And I guess, Mary, you made that recommendation for him to spend the fund balance. So that's all it is. I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that that's, you know, it's not a perpetual like salary, but you do need that. That's a main item that you need to operate your budget is the machinery and equipment. And every year we do budget 200 to 400 or whatever it is.
And
But also if we
we've
spend-
had some significant cuts and tried to limp some along to the next year, I remember as well, so we've had.
Yes, yes, it's just
So
always
it's- yeah.
there.
Oh, yeah,
Just
absolutely.
make sure that you keep that in mind for
Absolutely.
the
Sure.
following years. So
But
that's it.
if we spend 90,000 on equipment this year, next year we won't spend that 90,000, at least on that equipment, but maybe what we have to ramp up is our repair and maintenance to take care of that.
Well, it's,
But it won't be as much as 90 grand,
you know,
shouldn't be.
It was
there's
627,000.
virtually nothing in our budget that's a true one-time expenditure. You know, so everything, whether it's projects or machinery and equipment, whatever, it's gonna be there again next year. The amounts will vary, but if you're gonna use fund balance only for one-time expenditures, you know, what are those?
Yes, that's very, but if you're doing 10 miles of road and you only have, or 14 miles and you only have enough to budget for 10 miles, then that's easier to work with versus having a piece of equipment that just went total kaput and you are at a standstill because you don't have the money to purchase that. I'm not saying don't do it by any means, I'm just saying keep it in
Words of
mind
caution,
because
understand.
it's going to, that's it. Yeah.
That's your job, thank you.
One more question, Mr. Walker, from me. Are there any plans to replenish your fund balance, such as on the sale of the property? Does that go back to fund balance
That was always the plan, that when we sell this property, that money would go back into fund balance. Also, once we get the new barn built, we were talking about selling the property down in Stoneham. That would come back to fund balance and balance some of that out. So, yes. And then.
And there's additional grants, so that goes in the fund balance as well, right, for the grants from past floods and stuff, or is that
We
going to
have
the
to
general
spend that
fund?
money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This isn't a reimbursement.
Oh, okay.
This is, we have new projects are being designated.
I guess it was in the past, some of them were actually, refunding some of our
That
expenditures.
Yeah.
We get reimbursements primarily from FEMA for past
Okay,
damages,
it was FEMA, not actual grant.
which that money can be banked because we've already made the repairs. But the grants.
Or for future
new
improvements.
Projects designated within that grant that basically we pay the contractor and then GLO pays us back. So it's,
Changes hands real quick, yeah.
you've got to dedicate that money to something else.
Yeah, it was the FEMA reimbursements I was thinking about, yeah.
And we still have reimbursement money from several of the past floods that were owed. That, one of these days, hopefully
Might
before
get-
the next flood, we'll be all caught up on that.
Anything else for Mr. Walker? All right. Thank you, sir.
Y'all anticipate a meeting more this morning?
I don't think so.
Yeah, other things I can
Understood. Judge McLean,
Can we
you're,
set a time for that meeting for tomorrow?
I figure we'll start right at, what time do you guys come to work?
We get here before 8 usually.
Okay, we can gather at 8. Ma'am?
do.
You want to make it 9?
It doesn't matter, but 8's fine, 8 or 9.
Could y'all please make it separate from where we can see it clearly? You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna look at adding and making changes for an additional crew, that number needs to be set out. Like we're talking about 50 came out for, that was added in materials, and 65 or 40, I'm just saying, was added in because of the second crew.
You just
Could-
want a breakdown
Yes,
of what it.
because we've been used to having drainage crews separate from road and bridge, and now it's all together, and it's very hard to see.
It does.
And we did that, we broke it out because we created a drainage crew. Now you combine it, and I can't see where the difference is.
But having money in one and money in the other did not give
But it
our
gave,
engineer, I understand it gave you, but it doesn't give him the flexibility to run his day-to-day business.
Yeah, if he
all
needs
he had to do
move
was
some-
do a line item transfer, a budget amendment between the two departments.
I appreciate the additional clarity it provides.
Yes,
but there are
because I can't
also
see.
some additional accounting burdens associated with that.
What kind of burden?
Accounting. Because
But what I'm asking for now is not so much it being 491. I'm talking about the changes you're gonna do tomorrow.
Just
I'd appreciate if I could see them. I can't see them if they mixed in. Cause like today, we won't have to go through where I said 250, you've already taken 50, and now you put back 25, you know?
No, I think we can have that all clearly spelled out. Yeah, except for tomorrow mid-afternoon, I'm good. In the morning, it's fine.
All right. Jesse, we'll start at 8:30.
Okay.
Judge McLean, you're sitting there patiently. Do you have something that you wanted to discuss? You're just here for the fun and observation?
Oh, yeah, I needed some entertainment on life.
Okay.
We had talked, I've been on the agenda before, we were talking about that part-time employee, and we were gonna put it off the budget, and I wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. I did this last night, auditor's office hadn't even had a chance to look at it, so keep that in mind. And it's pen scratching, so great part. I wanted to try to clarify what I'm trying to do and what the bottom line effect is. Trying to do it. We've been talking about adding another employee in my office, but I wanted to make clear what we were trying to do, because the bottom line is this. The bottom line effect on my budget is, it'll increase my budget about $2,800 if my numbers are right, by doing what I want to do. We're not talking about a massive increase in my budget. In fact, my total budget increase is about $11,000 over this year's budget. And most of that has nothing to do with what I'm trying to do as far as employees. I'm backing out the full-time court reporter, which we have in at $51,000, plus the load. I'm replacing that with, and actually the number I used was $14.50 an hour, so keep that in mind. It could, we've actually been talking about $14 an hour. A $14 per hour clerk, full-time. Taking what savings there is between a $51,000 a year employee and a $30,000 a year employee, and moving it into the contract court reporter line item to increase it from around $22,000 to $45,000. And those numbers don't perfectly balance. That's why I said there's about a $2,800 increase doing it that way. But that gives me another body up there, answering phones, doing data entry, helping me set cases. We had intended for the full-time court reporter to kind of double as a clerk and a court reporter. That hadn't worked out, so this is my solution to doing that. And so, although, saying, well, we're adding another employee, yes, we are, but when we look at the bottom line, we're looking at a relatively small, $2,800 on a $375,000 a year budget. And my load numbers might be a little off, but if they're off, they're probably not off by more than less than $1,000. I'm not good at calculating that kind of stuff. And Jesse and them can crunch them at some point. That's the bottom line. I wanted to make clear what it is I'm trying to do and what the net effect. I already knew, obviously everybody knows y'all are fighting a budget battle right now, so I'm not trying to add a bunch of load to what y'all are trying to do. I'm trying to find a way to do it without significantly increasing my budget. And quite frankly, if I need to find $3,000 somewhere, I might be able to do it. One of the line items we got in there is $5,000 for a statutory probate judge that's handling some cases that she was handling before I became judge, and she's trying to wrap up, but we're gonna have to pay her bill probably this year. And so there's a $5,000 line item in there.
451.
Okay, but
It's
what,
3,000.
what
I don't know.
The judge and I met and
But
we're going through
statutory.
the budgets.
On his sheet, I'm looking at what he gave me. Let me
AP
go over here.
quarter line item, we took that down to zero, thinking we could use the fund balance this year in the Fund 43 court reporter. But with the figure you're thinking, and I think what we budgeted in Fund 43, and what has been used since the judge and I met, we may have to budget some in there.
I think, okay, we were 22,000, I think we actually, our expenditures last time I looked were like 35,000, and it's probably obviously gone up some since then. 45 is gonna be close, 45,000 contract court.
We have
very
budgeted
close.
50,000 for next year. And let me see what you're at right now.
Where did you budget it at?
Fund 43,
Fund 43?
yes ma'am.
It's on page 32.
Yeah, you've used 32,000 thus far this year.
And y'all got me at 50.
Yeah.
Next year I'm asking for 45. I think it's in that ballpark. I mean, it's just hard to say.
Yeah.
We're within $5,000.
But
Of course,
also some has been coming out at Fund 43. Let me see how much is coming out of 43.
So you would really just need to put 0 on that line item, because you could code it to Fund 43.
Well, that's what we have been doing, but I'll have to recheck fund balances after that. And we've used over 10,000 out of Fund 43. Actually, we've used about 12,000. It's 12,000 out of Fund 43, so I'll have to look and see. Because our revenues are only about $1,400 a year in there. And I believe fund balance,
It was 58,000. So 58,000, and then you're using 8,000 if you receive 4,000 in revenue, so that was good.
and we've already used 12,000,
Minus your 4, you just had to collect annually.
so it's 7,000 comes out. So,
What's the balance in there?
The fund balance, the audited.
43?
The audited fund balance is 58,800. And then she's saying that 12 was extended to date, and you collect 4 annually. So that's 8,000, and then, but you still have the month of July, August, and 3 months remaining of the year. So you'll have a little less than 40 grand.
So, a little less than 40 grand total expenditures, is that what you're talking about?
A little fund balance.
Oh, fund balance, okay.
Fund balance, yeah. You'll probably have about 40 grand or less. I don't know how much you're using a court reporter right now, or for the next 3 months. If that's what it varies. I mean, right now, if you're at 12 grand, is everyone paid up to date? Has all that?
There could be one bill floating around, or like I say that.
And how much is one bill?
Yeah,
How much is that usually?
350.
Oh, so for the next 3 months, how much do you project to be used?
Probably somewhere in the ballpark of 6,000 or 7,000.
6,000 or 7,000?
Yeah.
Okay. So you could up it to just 20, right? So about 20 grand minus the 4 grand, that's 16 grand.
and 16 from 58, and take it down to 42.
And you're asking for 45.
I didn't know if y'all pulled that, just a straight up budget, or if that was something y'all had originally planned to pull out of one fund balance.
Well, we want to use up that Fund 43 because it can only
That's
be
just
used.
fine by me.
Yeah, it frees up revenue.
Yeah, no, I think that's fine, that's great.
But I do want to remind the court that come next year, if we use up all that fund balance, we got to put that in the budget.
Understood. Understood.
Is it your intention, Judge, to go forward with a contract court reporter for the foreseeable future?
For next year, it doesn't make any sense to me to have, from just a use perspective, it doesn't make sense to me to have a full-time court reporter until I have a full-time courtroom. Otherwise, I've got a court reporter sitting around making $70,000, $80,000 a year and doing nothing. So if you give me a full-time courtroom and we get situated in there, then we're gonna have to look at it, then I can hold court every day. I can't hold court every day right now. And so I just don't see any reason in having somebody sitting around on a rather significant paycheck and not using them. And so until I can be in the court every day like I want to be and like I need to be, it just doesn't make sense. So when you say foreseeable future, foreseeable until I'm working in the courtroom every day. And then we'll have to see.
Tuck, I did want to tell you that in the budget, the judge had us put in full-time clerk for you, but it's at $13.50 an hour.
Okay. The number I crunched was 1450, but that was mainly for the purpose of demonstrating where I am in this year's budget versus what I'm asking for next year's budget, that even at 1450 an hour, I'm looking at somewhere less than $3,000 increase in my budget as it relates to an employee.
Where's your current employee at?
My coordinator, which is the 40,
43.
12.
yeah.
So in the paperwork you gave us, Jesse, does it reflect the changes to a full-time clerk or what?
Yes, it has the full-time clerk in there currently.
Which is at 28,000.
Yeah, 1350 looks like it sounds about right. 1450 is like 30,160.
Yeah, yes, it's the 28.
Judge, this question is not posed to irritate you, but I'm gonna ask it anyway.
Ask away.
Since you don't have a full-time courtroom and your court coordinator is, I'm gonna say, is not full-time court coordinating,
No, that's not good.
okay, she is full-time court coordinating,
Oh, yeah.
even though you don't have the full-time courtroom.
The coordinating thing is more a factor of, you've got to set the cases, whether I've got 100 cases in 2 days to hear them, 100 cases in 5 days to hear them. I've got to hear 100 cases.
Okay.
So she's got to coordinate, organize, and so it actually becomes more time intensive and work intensive to try to shuffle 100 cases into 2 days than to shuffle 100 cases into 5 days. So that it actually, the way we're organized and set up now, is probably more work than it would be once we get going and I have a courtroom every day.
Okay. Because I know we are sharing a portion, and when I say we, my office and HR is sharing a portion of that load currently on fielding phone calls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, handling phone calls, emails, e-file, all those, but also just getting data into the computer system. Right now, the software we're using, if the clerks enter data after we pull the cases into our side of the system, we can't pull the new data in, so we have to re-enter all the data. So if a lawyer files a lawsuit and they enter it into the system on the clerk side, and then I pull it over to the coordinator side, and then another lawyer gets involved and the clerks enter it, I can't pull that data. I can't get it to my side of the system, so I have to completely re-enter it. And that's for every bondsman, every lawyer, every party, all the identifiers, addresses, phone numbers, emails. We're double and quadruple entering data, and it's massively time consuming. It's just,
Is this on the new LGS?
yeah. And it does not interface with e-file right now. So when lawyers fill in all that data and e-file something to the Texas e-file system, the clerks basically have to re-enter that data manually into LGS and then print out the PDF documents from e-file, turn around and scan them into LGS. So you're taking an electronic copy, turn it into a paper copy, to turn it into an electronic copy, to put it in the software. And you figure several hundred filings a week between the two clerks. We wasted a lot of manpower just doing data entry. Tremendous amount.
I thought LGS was saving us a lot of this.
LGS
It is,
horrible.
no, they're not. I'm sorry, I beg to differ.
Okay,
There is an e-file issue with e-file
Okay.
and LGS,
That's what he was just saying.
and it's, well, until they get that straight, it won't go straight into LGS. But
Okay, who's they getting it?
LGS and e-file,
Are they working together
Yes.
to resolve that?
yes, sir.
Okay,
they're supposed to be trying to work it out.
okay. So once that does indeed happen, then that should,
That'll solve the e-file interface, but it still doesn't solve the problem of being able, and I've been trying to, probably gonna go to the conference, I didn't want to, but I'm gonna go to the conference and try to find out, they basically wrote the court coordinator program for us and about 2 other offices that didn't have one prior to last year.
okay,
So they began writing it, and there's a lot of bugs in it, and one of them is being able to, in other words, if the clerk makes a change in the data, it should push over straight to us without us doing anything, and if we make changes in the data,
should push
it
it
should
down.
push back and there shouldn't be any problem. We can't even manually do it. So it just requires to re-enter the data.
Is Greg involved in this?
Yes, Greg's actually supposed to be talking to the guy, the programmer at LGS, Richard Rogers.
Okay,
And I made a list of things, and we're gonna try to get on the telephone together and sit down and talk about it too, and try to figure out how we can solve some of these problems. to get the data back and forth, but right now it's just not doing it.
Diane?
I just know that Judge McKeag's coordinator has, I think, the same system they have, and she's never complained, so I don't really know how she uses it, how much she uses it. She may not use it at all.
If all you're doing is you want to look at something,
You're
it's,
okay?
it's fine. If you want to do anything with it, like prepare dockets, enter data, so for example, lawyers send us a deal, hey, we're representing so-and-so. And it's not just with the district clerk, we're using the same software with the county clerk. So a lawyer comes in and said, I represent John Smith, and we enter it in there. The county clerk's office has no way to get that data from us. So then they got to separately enter it in. And then if the district clerk's office enters the bond information on a criminal defendant, after we pull the case over to our side, we have to manually enter the same data in. And that just is silly.
And that builds in human error.
Right.
What is the clerks are having to do the same thing?
The same thing as what, I'm sorry.
So, under the scenario that he just described, so he gets notification of an attorney,
I thought they had to notify us, so I don't know.
and they enter it in the court, and then you get notification of the attorney, and you have to enter it in your system. And same thing goes with the
You shouldn't both have to enter.
county.
We do. After we pull the, and I'm not clear if you're actually functioning on two separate databases or why it's this way, but we have to pull a case from the clerk into the coordinator software. Once that pull is done, you can't do another pull for additional data, and I can't push data back. Once that's done, it's done.
It should just share the same, why would it not share the same?
I don't know.
I can't answer the question, but
Yeah, most of the issues have been popping up. The thing is, Diane's office is we're working with them just on the family law cases, and most of what we pull from the family law cases is pretty much there. There's not a lot happens afterwards. We still have some issues. Where we're really getting the headaches from is on the county clerk side, where I'm pulling the criminal dockets, which are large, comparatively speaking, and juvenile dockets. For example, we started loading. We had juvenile all in the JustWare software, and it worked okay. But I told Michelle, since we apparently were going to use it, I was going to move it all to LGS. We started moving it into LGS, and suddenly we couldn't print dockets. And we went and we sent out work orders, and we had to wait 4 or 5 days when we finally got a response. And we still never got a response for why we can't print juvenile dockets. And that postponed us being able to get the dockets to the juvenile probation department, to the county attorney's office, to everybody that needs it. We ended up manually actually doing a docket to get them out. Not saying they can't fix it, I'm just saying it's working right now.
Okay.
And I'm not proposing it this, but that's a discussion to have as far as that goes long down the road. I mean, I believe at some point this county's got to go to a unified software package. And I'm talking about from the sheriff's department all the way up. But that's a discussion to be had down the road.
Okay, well, Miss Jessie, I have a question, excuse me, Jerry. The budget that you prepared on the preliminary budget, and then you brought us this one, you're saying that where he had in here for contract court reporters, remove that line altogether? Because I don't see it
Put
over,
it at 0.
we put it at 0 over
Pull
here
it
in
out
his
of the fund
budget.
balance. Right.
Well, it's, no,
Yes,
out of Fund 43.
Okay, out of Fund 43.
And it is out of fund balance, out of that restricted fund. But that was earlier on when you didn't have as much experience in the court reporter line. So the only amount currently, based off of maybe spending 20 grand this fiscal year, they would only have that 42,808. So we would need to bring that up to the 45 if you feel 45 is necessary for.
But it's gonna come out of Fund 43,
Yes,
so
the
it's
bulk
not
of it
in
will-
his 437.
No.
So-
Not in the preliminary.
Well, what we're seeing over here is a reduction in his the difference between this year and the proposed budget
Right,
of
because of court
42,000, and that's because the court reporter moved over to 43.
Yes.
But that 43 is gonna run out.
Do what?
Yeah.
43 will
Run
be
out.
out next year.
Yes.
But I'm just trying to get an I am trying to get an understanding of what I'm seeing and what I thought I heard you say about
Yes.
43.
Yes.
And you also talked about if needed in the future, then we'd have to remember.
Right, that's another one. It's the same situation as Road and Bridge, because they're going to need court reporters. And so you have to remember that next year, the revenue is gonna need to be there for that as well.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure that part of your problem is not a software issue. And we spent a lot of money on that. I think we probably need to get with Greg and investigate that a little more to see how, and because basically what the judge has described is triplicate work.
No, I agree.
And it's perplexing.
Well, just from a common sense standpoint, the sheriff's department's on one software, the DA's office is on another software, the clerks and courts are on another software.
I thought,
And probation is on another
I
software.
thought DA was going to LGS.
I had,
She's
I'd
willing to
probably be
look
holding a
at
gun to their head.
I was told she was willing to look at it, but
She did say that we have not transitioned or even really gotten to a place of really discussing it. We haven't seen it.
So you're still on Justware?
Yes.
That-
Yeah, basically, you know, the court systems and law enforcement are on 4 different systems. And whether they're all beautiful, wonderful systems, they're still 4 different systems
Yeah.
and they don't communicate.
and part of the problem is not very many companies have software that will do the sheriff, the courts, all of that. Yeah. And LGS does have something that would work for the sheriff and everybody else. I mean, the JPs will be moving to LGS in the next 6 months or so. And I'm gonna call.
Richard?
I just hope it works better than mine if they're going to it.
Sir?
I just hope theirs works better than mine if they're going. I've been trying to make it work for about a year now and I'm frustrated. But again, that's a different discussion for another time.
And that's LGS you're talking about, because you left Justware. Or
Yes.
did you ever have Justware?
I actually brought Justware into the DA's office and they're still using it.
Yes.
And we really didn't have any problems with them there. I will say since Justware was bought, it was originally when I dealt with them, it was owned by a company called New Dawn. They got bought by Journal Tech several years ago. I haven't been as happy with them since Journal Tech bought them. But it's still, at least in the DA's office, I know it's an extremely functional piece of software. Now, beyond that, I'm not gonna say they could do, but I think her relationship with them is to the point that he probably couldn't pay them to come to a software in his county.
So right now, just the DA is on Justware.
Yeah, but we're really happy with ours. It works well.
So y'all aren't using Justware at all?
Well, we've still got data in there that we haven't been able to get out. So until we get data moved, which is a lot of data entry, everything that we had entered in Justware is now having to be manually entered in LGS.
Have you asked LGS if they?
I can't even get them to do what they told me they were gonna do. I'm not asking them to do anything different now. I can't even get them to build me a form that looks the way I want it to, so,
Decreased his rate.
and Justware, I can do it myself.
24.
Yes. So did you get a copy of this?
I can do it. Is it screwed up really bad or just a little bit?
I haven't really looked at it.
The look on your face, I'm just saying, the same look your mother used to give me, okay? So-
Yeah.
So, I need to talk to you.
Gonna get a spanking.
Long time coming.
Huh?
All right, so
We'll go there anyway.
we can incorporate this into
But it sounds like it might be.
the budget to see where we're at.
It's already in
So
there.
you want to increase the rate of their new full-time employee to $14.50? Because really, that's the only change. The
Yeah.
$45,000 we've already discussed.
Or at least
I think for the
14,
time-
in the entry for the, wasn't it a grade 4, 14?
It's 13. grade.
Grade 3, I think is what we were looking at. I think 1350 is in the range too, so.
Yeah. So we'll leave it.
I mean,
we'll leave
obviously, I
it.
want what I can get for somebody because it makes it easier to
Yeah.
hire people, but I also am cognizant of where y'all are, so
Yeah.
I'm not gonna sit here and.
But going to the full-time gave you some relief in trying to hire somebody,
Yeah,
potentially.
It will.
Well, I mean, before we jump off into that, I mean, we got an issue that's been brought up that affects 3 or 4, 5 departments that before we start adding personnel may be resolved by simply getting with LGS and talking about the programs and the interfaces and how, I mean, because it's hard for me to understand if he's having this problem, then we probably should have to anticipate that both of the clerks are gonna have to have extra people because they're doing the same work.
Diane,
Sir,
did you hear that?
I did hear that, but at this point, I'm not having any problems as far as with LGS, so I don't know. I mean,
But does Diane work with everything that he works with?
Not everything, and you gotta understand how Diane uses the software versus how I'm trying to use the software. Diane's goal of software is to enter the data, and the only real report that they need to generate is reports to the Office of Court Administration on case filings and case dispositions in accordance with how they require them to report them. And LGS does that. Now, I don't think it's terribly accurate, but it is generating reports, and that's what the Office of Court Administration is using to do. So it's doing what she needs it to do as far as that goes. Diane's not building dockets, Diane's not sending out notices, Diane's not signing documents electronically, because the state is pushing us to go completely paperless. And they are pushing hard. In fact, we are now completely on e-file. Misdemeanor criminal, everything the county clerk now has to be e-filed. Everything the clerks, unless there's a pro se self-represented litigant, has to be e-filed. The courts want us to go completely paperless. So, like for example, it would be nice to be able to, LGS, I can't pull the document out of LGS and sign it and put it back in LGS. I can't do that. I have to physically take the document out and sign it and then have it rescanned. That's stupid. I'm sorry.
So you're saying you can't electronically?
I can't electronically sign anything in LGS. I can do it in e-file, but again, e-file and LGS are not working and playing nice with each other.
So some of the problems that I'm hearing is what you may use it for, that department may not
Right.
use it for, versus the county
Well,
clerk.
another example is,
may not
and
use it
I
for.
don't know the answer to this, but we can't enter data into LGS until there's a cause number, until a cause number has been assigned to a case. And the cause number is not assigned to a case until either, in the case of a criminal case, an indictment's filed or an information's filed. I mean, I got a bunch of paperwork that I need to do something with, bonds, magistrate's warnings, notices of representation, that until a cause number is created, I can't put it anywhere.
And there can sometimes be a lengthy delay.
And you're talking about sometimes not a day or two, we're talking months. I've even seen years that I need to track that data somewhere, and I can't put it in LGS. It doesn't have the capability for me to do that, because it was designed for clerks. Clerks don't need that stuff, for the most part, until a cause number is given to it.
why do you?
Because I'm responsible for appointing lawyers before indictments and information is filed. I'm responsible for sending notices to people for things I need them to do before cases are filed. I've got 2 file boxes full of paperwork up there that I can't put into a system.
So the district judges, when they appoint attorneys from the jail,
They do it manually.
Do they get, I'm sorry?
They do it manually. What I'm saying is they aren't saving that data anywhere, they're manually maintaining it. But the only thing they're having to maintain is maybe 150 criminal cases at a time and another 50 to 100 civil cases, whereas I'm juggling 2,000 cases. It's just the difference with volume. It can be done old school, and I said, it's what I'm fixing to have to do is start doing it more old school. That's why I need warm bodies to do it.
Sounds like that's what you've been doing, is old school.
Well,
You're
no,
just
it
not
hasn't been
doing
getting
it.
done, that's my problem.
Okay.
We've had a lot of issues, and it just hasn't been being done right, and I'm not happy with it. And it's not fair to the people that are working with our court, litigants and lawyers. And man, if LGS can get it together and make that stuff work, I'm tickled pink.
Well, Commissioner Cox, I do understand your point, but I think that's a Greg Cannon working with the contractor along with the users, and we need to get that resolved. And then if we get solution after the fact on this budget, it'll save us either next year or some portion of this year. But I think we need to, I guess we need to look at the situation the way it is right now. Because if there is a software solution, I would propose it's not going to be overnight.
Phil, just for the sake of argument, we are talking about something that will probably take 6 months if we're lucky to fix some things.
Yeah, I would hope that it can be fixed a whole lot quicker than that.
Really
Judge.
optimistic
Well-
to get everybody together that would need to talk about this along with Now, like I said, myself and Greg are supposed to be getting on the phone and sitting down with LGS to talk about some of the issues I'm having just with my stuff. But as far as the comprehensive solution, getting everybody, I think you're looking at a year-long project at least.
Mary, your LGS and FI are the same umbrella?
They're under the
Okay, and you're gonna call the owner?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna attack it, keep
That'd be
your,
great.
keep your plan going, but we're gonna go from
We're
another.
still working in it. I'm still loading data in there. We're still using it every day when we need it.
Just one.
We have one, please.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
I'm gonna try to make it work the best I can.
Sure.
I'm in it every day working in it.
Okay. Thank you for your input.
Anything else for me?
Not at the moment.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
DA's office is here. Do you have something you wanna say or share?
I just came to listen so I could kind of see where we were with our request, because we were one of the 3 things that y'all were supposed to discuss, road and bridge, cost of living, and the 2 positions we asked that weren't good enough.
So there was some disagreement, I think, between what you were asking for and what the DA was asking for, because I thought she wanted an ADA, and you were of the opinion it was more important to have the investigator. Am I wrong in that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the DA's desire?
The DA's desire, if between the 2, is the ADA, and that's what I spoke up and said the last meeting.
Okay.
I think Brenda, when she spoke, she said it backwards.
You're right.
But, no, the ADA is absolutely.
I get you and Brenda confused. I don't know why, but, okay.
But the ADA is absolutely the priority between the 2.
All right.
And that's budget number what?
430. And the one other thing that I pointed out with that is it doesn't seem likely that y'all will be able to fund both positions if you're going to fund the ADA and not the investigator. I cut the overtime budget anticipating 2, and that would need to be put back to the same, if not more than likely.
What was the line number on the overtime? Is that 131?
Yes.
Well, the original budget's 15,300.
Correct. That's this year's, I believe.
Okay. Do you know what it was last year?
It was
Give that number there.
reduced.
You have 431, I
It
mean,
was
131.
originally 15.3, is that what you were
That 15.3 is what it was, so we didn't cut that. Or did you cut it
I
on?
don't have one in front of me.
You need a
I
previous
cut it
one?
when I proposed it. I
Do you know what it was?
15.3 is what I believe it was, but
It was budgeted at 15.3 for 2019.
so we don't, when they do these for y'all, they don't send us copies, so I don't get to see what was actually ended up with
It was
y'all.
budgeted last year, the same this year.
Okay, so it was put back
It was
in.
put back in there. Would that be enough since you would have another ADA?
It's gonna be tight, because Cody and I both have been consistently working overtime. And the deal is, as I explained, most of our work is coming from the ADAs. And so when you add another ADA, you're gonna add a 4th person pile of work into. And we're already struggling to keep up with 2 trying to cover 3. And in some instances, we're just not.
So, but if we were to add the an additional investigator, the overtime would go away
So-
completely,
so,
or
yeah,
would just be
it-
reduced?
It would, you couldn't completely do away with it because when trial's going on, you're working, 12, 14-hour days. So you would have to leave a little bit, but. you could
Significantly
certainly cut
less.
it Dramatically, yes.
And at this time, we don't have either the investigator or the additional ADA in there. Okay.
Mr. Mallett, since I know you've got yours, Andy, what does 505 show? Is it 2,000?
It's 2,000.
Okay, so the vehicle was backed out, the overtime was put back up, but the vehicle was backed out.
Okay. All right. Thank you, John. EA's office is here. Do y'all have something that y'all wanted to share or talk about?
The biggest thing, so I emailed you, Judge, about the concern that we proposed a lower postage amount than what we're thinking, so we know that we're gonna have to increase.
Give me your department number,
427.
like one at a time.
427.
Thank you.
So we originally proposed, I believe it was 5,000.
And part of the issue was my desire that, because I went to the EA's office and I said, I have a concern about our elderly or our infirmed
Yes.
on the issue of not remembering that they need to sign up for ballot by mail on an annual basis. So I went to them and said, hey, I think we ought to make sure we do that, either a postcard reminder or whatever, and on the basis of my request, then the additional cost, I've got to hear, what was your number? 8 what?
8,000.
8,000 additional.
So
And
we're
how did that break
looking-
down?
8,000?
No,
Budget.
8,000 total, I'm sorry. We're not mailing out that much. No, so you have two things that are gonna make a difference. Both the mail out for your ballots, which you're talking about.
Yep.
Then also, we need to do a mass mail out for VR cards. So, and that's coming up in between November and December. We have to have them all done by December 5th. So if we put both of those projects onto the postage budget that we proposed, 5,000 will not meet that, 8,000 will,
Okay.
based
So-
on 2 years of numbers.
So it's not, I mean, it was my suggestion that we ought to probably do that. It's our decision as to whether we want to spend the funds to do that, so.
It's a pretty important process.
Well, I agree, but I mean,
Your Honor, excuse me.
yes, ma'am.
It's also mandatory about the cards coming out, like she mentioned. Then we also mandatorily have to follow up with letters, hey, we got your card back. What, did your address, did you pass away? What, so these are things that the county's obligated to do as well. So it should start to look at.
But we're not obligated to send the ballot by mail letters.
No, sir.
But that's a courtesy to our senior voters, I think.
And that's not as much as what this other
Yeah.
loan is with it, to let the commissioners know, but yes, sir.
So part of that $3,000 extra is a mandatory thing, not
Yes,
necessarily
sir.
a.
That's what I just wanted to make
Not
mention.
necessarily.
But Judge Bouth has really brought this up because it does help our department in the long run function. And so it does cut the money again with being on the phone and trying to help them do this. So yes, sir, it does help.
I know voters better than I know the DA's office, so that's probably a good thing. Questions, comments, commissioners?
I don't think that's unreasonable.
Sir?
I don't think that's unreasonable at all. I mean, they mandatorily have to do most of it.
Right, well, I think that's why we have the 5,000 in there, but the extra factor is about a $3,000 ticket.
And I would hate to see us not do the mail-outs for for elderly or anybody that can't. That's always a plus. We're increasing our voter, and that's what our goal is.
Plus primaries are coming.
Ma'am?
Plus the primaries are coming.
Sure. Well, I mean, this budget workshop's going in reverse order. Do I have an amen, Jesse? Of course, still got the county attorney over there is willing to make some sacrifice, I'm sure.
I already cut my budget, Judge. I
Okay.
got $9,000 budget.
Okay.
I think the county attorney is known for cuts every year, from what I understand.
I try to cut at least 1% every year
That's right.
of the $9,000. That's below salaries for me and my staff.
There you go.
Well, the judge cut a little more for this
Is
year.
that right?
Mary, don't speak unless spoken to.
Be easy now.
I just wanted you to
Easy.
know he's not gonna have as much to cut from next year.
I was just helping him in advance, doggone it. Now you spoiled the surprise. Was there,
Have to
is
get
there,
better pencils or something. I
It was a
guess.
good surprise, wasn't it,
It'll
John?
last a while.
is there a consensus on the court to put the additional 3,000 onto the postage for the EA? Would you go ahead and incorporate that, please? Thank you, ma'am. I saw them nod, and I saw him nod, I didn't get a nod from you, okay. Good enough.
I'm always good.
All right.
If it's mandatory, I mean,
Well, some yes and some no.
well,
But
you're talking about
It's the
some-
right thing to do.
something that's the right thing to do, and something that you say is mandatory. I know that I've seen that 3,000 somewhere else.
Yep,
So,
okay.
it's in there.
All right, thank y'all.
Okay.
We don't have a sheriff's office representative here. That would
Would
be,
be great.
ma'am,
I think we need to.
that would be,
The sheriff's, oh, yes, I'm sorry. He did call, asked if he needed to be here. I told him that y'all would call him if y'all wanted him here. But
y'all want to break
Yeah,
for lunch and ask him to join us after lunch?
Isn't it mighty early for lunch?
Do you want me to call him, or what do you want?
Well, it's going,
It's gonna take him a
yes,
little time. to
ma'am, sir?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. I
Go
was
ahead.
actually talking to her, but I think it'll take him just responding. It probably gonna take him a few minutes to prepare.
Well, we don't have to just do him now, but there is still other things that we can look at. And then you have Mr. Lilly
See
sitting
if-
over there. I
see
don't
if
know
he
if
can come
he's
on
here
over.
for anything in
I'm gonna
particular.
come out or come over after lunch?
The judge asked me to bring some more information on some of the things that I had brought up before. I do have a report for that if you're ready now, or we can do it after lunch. It's up to you guys.
Judge, for the record, I would like to take lunch.
Okay, and I'm good to take lunch, so, all right, here's what I'm gonna ask, is that we'll listen to David Lilly, that'll take us 15 minutes. We'll break an hour for lunch, let's reconvene at 12:30. We'll recess till 12:30. Could Todd join us at 12:30? Would you check on that? Mr. Lilly?
Yes, sir. I shared this with the judge yesterday, but when I came before you guys before, we were discussing the fence that needs to be built at VDOS. You asked me to get additional quotes, which I did. I tried to get at least, there's two different companies in College Station. Neither one of them responded to my calls. So I did get one quote here, and this is, and we'll pass this around. This is from a company in VDOS.
And your department number is?
It's
Do you remember what my
408.
number is?
Judge,
408.
I'm sorry. Didn't you say you were behind pizza today? Oh,
He did.
And do you want me to buy pizza?
yes.
I honestly don't remember.
Because we can go down to Pizza Hut real quick and do the buffet.
Here's the one that I received. This is the company
We
that
can.
You
Road
treat?
Bridges used in the past. For comparison, this is the first quote that we received from National Defense. And they're the ones, again, that Road and Bridges used before. But as you can see, there's a significant difference in the cost of what,
Yes, 12,000 and 9,000.
Yeah.
and also, a portion of this, I'm passing around here too, just a breakdown of these additional line items to consider.
Are these requests for this year or next year's budget?
For 1 October.
Okay,
Okay, four
On
oh
this
eight,
breakdown-
Dave, what was your question?
What was my number, my budget number again?
we have it.
408.
408, okay. On the breakdown that I gave you, it shows these are all regular costs that are gonna be incurred as a result of having our BDI's tower site and the ongoing cost for providing natural gas for our Keith site, which is the one that the VHF has on. And like I said, the biggest part of that on this, really out of that 10,100 is the cost for the fence. As you can see on my notes there, a portion of that's going to come back to us or be shared when we build the fence from the COG when they build the fiber hut. And I talked with Michael Parks yesterday about the fiber hut. He still doesn't have a projected date or time when they're going to be putting that out there. But I think it's going to coincide with about the time that we're looking to build our fence. And again, they will share part, we don't know how much it's gonna be, but Bo is the IT guy with the COG, and he's actually overseeing this project. And he said that there will be, they have that built into their budget to have a fence, but they just can't cover the cost of the whole thing. So I can't tell you the exact amount, but part of that money that I've got projected there is gonna come back.
Dave,
Part of the 9,000?
Yes, yes.
It's gonna come.
What number are we talking about? What line?
He's talking about, did you give them this special projects?
Let me get you.
I'm assuming.
But there's no money proposed in special projects.
Not yet. Again, this is part of what we knew was going to be coming, as far as now having this tower
He
site.
was saying, you know we can't all do it. He said that.
Yeah, we can. He finally got all this together. The power that we have out there, we have an ongoing,
It's associated.
cost that we're incurring for the power that we're using. The cost of the LP gas.
There's no difference in going to the
maintenance
senior mill
cost of
to
the
fair.
generator. These are all regular charges that are going to be occurring.
This was done this year. The radio installations and.
He's saying this is an ongoing maintenance.
This is, as a result, now that the towers are asset, these are costs that we're going to be incurring or need to be prepared for now that that site is up and running.
But we put in $16,000 repairs and maintenance for the VFH, or
VHF,
system.
and this is
That's in
the
addition.
one line item for the $400, approximately $400 for gas for the key site, that is a part of that. But the rest of that, the bulk of that is not VHF system, so to keep things separate and distinct, it's not. Now, again, if we want to put those together into that same line item, that's up to you guys how you want to approach that.
Hang on. I'm sorry, I'm lost because you installed radios into the fire department.
You know,
apparatus.
Richard.
Well, he's gonna finish it this year though.
Right.
That's 19 grand that we didn't.
That's
budget.
separate from this.
Okay, but since you installed those radios, they're charging you?
No.
Because you have a number of vehicles and radios
Oh, I
on
gave you the
here.
wrong, I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong.
I was like,
I'm sorry,
you've already
I'm
done this.
confusing you there. I apologize. This is my cost breakdown for the installation of radios in fire
Yes.
department trucks.
You want one of these?
Yeah, let me borrow one of those so they can see what we're talking about.
That's all three of them.
Just that one page, yes. Maybe just don't wanna work right. There we go.
This is what, I'm sorry, I couldn't quite understand what you were talking about.
So your fence you're doing,
That's a one-time cost.
Right.
Again, part of that, probably about half, I'm anticipating about half of that will be covered by the bond. Or reimbursed, we'll probably cover, we'll work in tandem with it when we build it.
but I thought it was fully supposed to be reimbursed because, or did the fence just come up to what they were willing to pay?
Originally, as a part of the grant that the COG had to build the tower site, they had a portion built into that for the cost of the fence, but that went away. They were able to, and I have a report on this too, it's actually a receipt for, we did get reimbursed for the costs of
Good
the,
luck. I know I won't get, probably good as far as with that deal.
we got reimbursed for the cost of getting
But
the
I, you know, I've never gotten an
easements.
answer.
Right, the check that I
Yep,
had you.
yep, we got that, we got back $6,484 from the COG for the easement surveying, the clearing of the easement, and also for road and bridges cost for building the tower, the pad for the tower. So, but
Okay, so,
the fence portion, they tried to set that aside to see if we could still have that money available. It was actually gonna be about the same amount, about $6,800.
Waiting on Dave.
But.
We're still working.
Funny, I just
So
got a
that-
call
that
from
grant's closed out
LGS,
now.
and,
So the fence
which
falls
I
to
need to
us.
get Tuck involved. What they're doing is they're gonna
So-
set us up
I don't
for the
understand. Did you know we were
e-file
gonna
to
have these
LGS.
costs since
They're
we set
putting
up that
in our
tower?
computers as we
As
speak,
we've been
a
going,
play
yeah,
date
we didn't know
thing
what
that
the
we're gonna
upfront
play
costs
with
were gonna
until
be
we're ready to
before
go
we
live.
go.
They're gonna come in and training,
What's
The
have some
monthly
training,
payments
Right.
everything?
We
and
didn't
then
know
we'll
what
go
those were gonna
live,
be
which is
until,
gonna
like,
be
I found out
probably
Bill
by
Energy,
September, would be my
for our power.
longest guess.
That we've been using
But
out there. It
that
comes out
should
to about
free up a
130.
lot.
Share those, Mary.
Rounded up to
Diane.
150 on the high
Do
side.
you hear that?
About 130,
Diane.
150 a month. Like I said, it's gonna be higher during the
Oh, I'm
summer
sorry.
because
Talk to them
the air
about
conditioner's the main draw of
incorporating
power
the sheriff's
besides the
department
equipment.
in their system.
And during the winter,
So-
that air conditioner won't be running.
So we can share that
That's an
information.
energy bill
Um,
that
Bail
should be
bonds,
going
and all
to
that.
non-departmental.
They already know about all
Well, I'm
that.
just trying to tie them all together
That's
because the regular
between
expenses
y'all
that
and
we
the
didn't
sheriff's
have before.
department.
Yeah.
They're, I don't think they're interested, they don't wanna switch their
All of
system.
these
What about
should
the
be
DA?
non-departmental except for your generator.
They're willing to listen to it. I mean,
Well, the
John said
but
they
I'm
were
saying,
happy
yeah, but the-
with their system. I thought they had some kinks in it, but I don't know.
The
But the
generator
thing is,
maintenance
if we can
contract.
get LGS with no additional cost, do away with just what it costs, then that's the alternative. But if it doesn't
Again,
serve
because
their
the line
purpose.
item that you mentioned,
Well,
that's for
you
VHF.
have-
To keep
Me,
them
the
separate and
negative
distinct,
person that I am, we
16,000
have to be
is when
positive
Northwest
and be
Communications comes
willing
out and does
to
work on our VHS system.
take the pains that go
As
with
far
it.
as
And there are
maintenance
pains, I
on
mean,
our,
when we first switched
The
from
north side,
Country to
the
LGS,
side, Anderson,
we had
and eventually we're
stuff
hoping
and
to get
stuff
another
and stuff,
repeater down
and
the south
That's
side.
expected.
so now I'm fixing to go
Once those are set up,
live
that's all
on the
PPWACs.
internet
The
with,
fee that
within
we
the
pay
next
for our
4
radios
months. And
that we
that's
have on the
because we
system,
were doing the
that goes
propane
towards
thing, you know, they
covering
wanna
the
make sure
maintenance. If they
everything's
actually-
there
if there
and
was
nothing's
anything problem
missing.
with the repeater at
It was
that
painful
site,
for me whenever my
then
parents
Tom-
showed up with
Tom
a
Fielder
standard
come
transmission
out or
truck.
Is the one.
There you go.
But I figured out how to make it work.
There you go. But,
Be welcome.
So,
anyway,
So that
this
$16,000
Are we
was
still
only for VHF.
Yeah, we are.
right, so.
Everything you said is.
no, no, well, that's fine, I just didn't wanna pick my nose or anything.
As long as you don't face the camera.
And that's,
But anyway, I just
Okay,
wanted
well, I
to share
appreciate
that
that.
with
Thank you.
y'all,
No.
because it was just ironic that I walked in and they said you need to call Mike.
Exactly.
Anyway, Garza, so I called him and he was like, I'm ready to get in y'all's system.
Mental telepathy.
I guess so, but that will make Tuck's life a
I
whole
will
lot
say that
easier.
we've had a number of visits
And,
from Northwest this year.
He'll,
In fact,
if he goes to the
Thursday,
conference, I think he'll, I
I
hope he goes, because he'll,
Is it the LGS conference? When
in
is
August,
that?
August 7th, 8th, and
which is what
9th,
that
which my
gas-
whole staff goes. We do that once a year, we always go to the
Where we've been
conference.
having problems with our VHF radios for a while now.
Thank you.
They finally narrowed it down, but we have to-
Anything else? Any other questions, y'all?
Northwest.
You got anything you wanna cut out of your budget? Can cut out of your budget?
I'm pretty much
That's gonna
down
be
to
another
the raw
visit,
bone.
and they've had to make a number of those over the last.
Good time to leave then.
I mean, I,
That 60,000.
Let's see.
We projected that because we knew that we needed something, we didn't want to go with maintenance.
Are y'all resolved back there?
I think we are, just getting to it. What they suggested is, we have the line item in my budget for the maintenance on the VHF radios, the
Yes.
16,000 annually.
Right.
They suggested considering possibly taking the part for these regular expenses, which are not very large. You know, like I said, the maintenance on the
Covered in that.
generator, the natural gas cost and the electrical cost, those are regular charges that are gonna come in. Taking that out of the 16,000, setting it in a separate line item, you know, so it's still a special project, or however you guys want to call it, but it would be separate from the VHF one, so we can keep those separate and distinct. And like I said, that's at your discretion if you want to go that route. I can't tell you for certain that, you know, let's say we took, I don't know what that would be, about $500, $600 out of that that we wouldn't need that $600 or so during that next year to do maintenance on VHF.
It'd be 1,100 if you were to cover all of
Yeah.
it, if it's,
But it's plausible that we wouldn't. I mean, again, it's really hard to predict how often we're gonna need to have Northwest come out and do work on our VHF radios. So this year, they've made a number of visits because we've had issues for a VHF. And I'm meeting with them tomorrow at our north site. They think they finally figured out what the problem is with the static and so
Right.
on. So that's gonna be another cost that's gonna be.
So Jesse, what's the bottom line on the fence business here? Do you think we have it covered, or do we still need to make an
the
addition?
fence you're gonna have to probably add, and you should be able to, send an email and get a close estimate as to what the reimbursement amount should be for. Because they will give us some, right, BB will reimburse us some. You should be able to send an email and have confirmation, just giving a close estimate for budgetary purposes, and that's what you could type, for the reimbursement amount. And then we'll offset it by that reimbursement and then come up with, like, if they're gonna pay half, then 4,500 would have to come from revenue, and then 4,500 would be budgeted into a reimbursement line item. And so then that would cover it.
Okay.
But-
Is that Michael that's gonna give that to us?
Bo would probably,
Bo would,
Bo would be the one to have
all
that
right.
information, because he's
Well, we-
actually the project manager.
When we get done here, if you can thump him, and then we'll know
Sure.
what the number is.
Yeah, because if they're gonna, we need to just get a roundabout. But the Entergy bill, the LP gas, those would be added to non-departmental where we already pay for those type of bills. We would just have to add that additional amount.
Okay.
And these are higher numbers. I mean, I didn't go crazy, but like I did contact LP Gas and Navasota Gas. We already have an agreement with them to help us with the tank that we have at the Key site for a VHF system. Last year, we had to get a tank and put that out there. We got the generator out there and so on when we did that upgrade. So what this gentleman, I talked to him this morning, he said that based on the size of the tank, they don't fill it to full max. And these are 250 gallon. He said they would do about a 70% fill. And he said that'd be about $370 or so. So I kind of rounded it up. But as you can see on my notes there, that's a high estimate. Again, we don't know how often the generators are going to run.
No, I understand.
They do run regularly on a monthly basis. They're set to test, but they don't run for very long, only about 5 minutes. So that $400 of gas, once we fill the tank initially, we may not have another repeat for another year.
Sure.
It all depends on what happens.
Hey, Dave, when you added this total additional cost of 10,100, that's not right, because you're saying the Entergy bill is 150 per month. That's 1,800 a year by itself, unless I'm looking at that wrong.
That's
So you
right.
Oh, yeah.
You have 1,800, and then you have 150, and
Per
then you
year.
have 400.
150 is per year.
Right, and you have
Okay,
400.
yeah.
That's 2,750 by itself, plus the
Per year.
9,000.
Mhm.
That would be 11,750 is the additional cost.
Okay.
How much, Jesse?
11,750,
11,000.
750.
And utilities, like you introduced?
No, 11,750 replaces
Oh,
the
the total.
10,100,
Okay.
right. For the utilities, you're gonna have the 1,800 plus the 800, 2,600. So you'd have to add an additional 2,600 for utilities, but Mary's saying that
We'll be fine.
you'll be fine. So, did we over budgeted for utilities?
Well, how about we see how many months worth.
Well, the 9,000 goes away after the first year.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to look at that because when you sit down if they're trying to play it.
The bill I have here is for May, and it shows there's some other charges that they put on here for like hookup and stuff like that, but for current monthly energy charges for the month of May, it was $131.35. So again, I built a little more in there. Again, it's hard to tell for sure how much it's gonna run until we see, I really will know for sure when we see a bill for this month. And we're not at the end of July yet, this is the hottest month. But the main draw on that power is, there's two things actually that are out there, technically three that are drawing power. There is the equipment itself, which doesn't draw a whole lot of power, the tower light, and then the air conditioner. the biggest user is that air conditioner to keep the equipment cool. And during the winter, let's say, even if it went higher than 150, it's gonna go back the other way. In the wintertime, that air conditioner is gonna be rarely if ever running, so the bill's gonna be a lot smaller. So overall, I think $150 is probably a reasonable average, because again, if we have that built into the budget for the year, then, the period of time during the year where the air conditioner ain't running, then the power bill's gonna be a lot less than that, and it should balance out.
For the generator contract, are you bringing that to court to sign a contract, or how is that working?
Bringing it to,
Court, is it an actual contract and the maintenance?
I asked him, I don't know if he even operates that way. This gentleman, he's basically a one-man shop, but he is very capable. He has a number of agreements like this around the region. But basically, I asked him if he could send me some kind of an agreement or contract that we can use as an example. So yeah, once we get that, then I can bring that before the court and have John review it.
So you are planning to bring it before court?
Yeah.
So that'll be a contract, so we can just increase your rentals and contracts, your 405 by 150. And if we didn't have to come up with that money, we could just reduce, your 16 grand if needed.
Right.
But that'll go into your repair, your contract.
But again, as I mentioned before, I would recommend that we do break this out as a separate line item away from that 16,000.
Well,
Keep these two
it
separate.
is. It would go in your rentals and contracts,
Uh-huh.
but then your 16 grand would be less, $150 less, and then your rentals and contracts would be $150 more. So
Right.
it wouldn't be in the mix of everything.
And
This is an
there's no
actual
crossover either. There was a possibility, we have a Generac at the Keith site for our VHF. And of course, again, we want to keep these things maintained, but that's actually being handled by Northwest. So, and I talked to them about that, and I said, and they said, we've already got it set up where somebody's maintaining that for you. So basically, this cost is $150. It would have been double that. It would have been $300 if we'd added that generator in there. But it's only the one at BDIS, so it's only exclusive to that tower site and to the BB Light system.
If you bring it to court, it's a contract.
Yeah.
And so it's just gonna go to the
Yeah.
contract.
Okay.
So it would be-
Sounds good. Thank you.
Is this money you say is gonna be coming out of the 16,000, is that right?
So the 2,600 for the utilities, Mary said she thinks it's fine, just put it in there. Not put it in there, it's already in there to where she could cover it, is what she's telling me. And then the 150, if you don't have to come up with that, you can take it away from the 16 grand. The 9 grand, we're hoping will be only maybe like 4,500 of using it'll be a total expense of 9 grand, but we're hoping only 4,500 will be responsible for, and the other half the COG will pay for. And you have an option of reducing the 16,000 by 45 grand to cover whatever that expense is for the fence. You can do that, or you can try to find the money elsewhere and cover it. So I think it all hinges upon the email to see where we stand, how much the county is needing, because you're telling us right now, we don't need to come up with the full 9 grand, correct?
Right.
Well, yes and no. We want to make sure that we allocate that so that let's say, worst case scenario, they don't get their project rolling for another year. I don't think it's going to happen, but again, I'm trying to plan for worst case. We still need our fence built. We got to protect our asset out there. That tower is critical.
So then you need the full 9.
I would say, yes, go ahead and set the 9,000 in there if we can, and then, once we know what the COG's going to be able to cover, if it happens before the budget is finalized, then we can adjust
I was
accordingly.
gonna say, we can still do 45 reimbursement, 45.
Not if we're not gonna get the reimbursement.
Yeah, we don't know until, like I said, I will reach out to Bo today and see if he can give me some
Now,
kind
if
of a
he
number.
gets something by email and in writing that states this is how it's gonna be, then yes, but if you're just going on, well, this is supposed to be that way, then I would not do that. I would make the county pay for
Understood.
the full 9, yeah, so.
But give him a call, maybe we can have something this afternoon.
Sure.
But your suggestion would be that it could come out of 410, line 410?
It could, if he feels comfortable and y'all feel comfortable with that being that way. That line item was set aside for the repairs and maintenance for VHF. This year, we ran into where it just said repairs and maintenance, and so it was being used for other purposes, so we decided to put out there VHF, because that's a lot of money, and that was intended for a specific purpose. So we're trying to keep that from happening again. And so he felt like the 16, actually, I think, Dave, you reduced it some, didn't you, from the previous year?
Yeah, I think we started
Oh,
out at.
no, you didn't, okay, it's
Okay.
16. So, yeah, if he feels comfortable, like, he can, maintain it on, what, $4,500, $150, or $4,650? So $4,650, if you feel like you can,
I wouldn't recommend going that low because he's already used 68.
but that is not inaccurate, that is, there's been other things coded that we are trying to clear up. He should have a deficit in that line item, maybe it was special projects you had a deficit in.
Special projects, he's got a deficit.
Okay, so let us pull the GL for that specific line item and make sure everything's coded correctly in there. But, I mean, that's up to you guys, if you want to.
Once you do that, then we'll know.
The GL of what he's spent so far to make sure everything's coded correctly.
And I just want to give you guys an update too on the radio installation. I know that's not related to the October budget, but still, it's ongoing. They have completed Anderson and VDOS, and the total cost, if you remember, the estimate for Anderson was $4,500. The actual cost came in at $4,556.25, so it was only $56.25 more than what they estimated. The VDOS estimate came in much lower. They estimated $5,500, it was $44.7164.
It was what again?
$44.7164. And they're working on getting Todd Mission next. And then I asked them about Iola. He said they're still trying to get with the fire chief to schedule that one. That's the last two that need to
Todd
happen.
Mission and Iola remaining. What's the estimate on Todd Mission?
The estimate was for, Todd Mission was $4,950, and Iola was $3,500.
And no, we haven't added any.
We do have 8 additional radios, mobile radios, that had to be added to the count. And basically,
Where'd they come from?
they can't, Thomas had those available, so we didn't have to buy any radios, but we are gonna have to add those to our radio count for the total.
They won't be added to the count until 2021 budget.
Right, yeah.
But why are we adding them? That's where I'm getting.
They came up short on how many they needed, and.
Who is he, they?
The fire departments. The original estimate of what they gave to Texas Communications, I have the count here. Total number was supposed to be, let's see, I don't have it broken down or actually totaled up here. They had originally 6 for Shiro, 5 for Richards, 7 for Plantersville, 6 for Whitehall. And those were all the ones that were installed earlier this year. And then an estimate of 8 for Anderson. And on my bill here, yeah, it looks like that matched. It's 8 installation kits. And, yeah, so that did not change.
There shouldn't be any changes
Well, yeah, I agree.
without coming before court, because that's what we discussed.
BDIS, they
Is that
estimated
correct?
10, and that's what they had. And Todd Mission estimated 9, and Iola 6. But from what I got the information from Texas Communications from Chris Cram, the guy in charge of the installation project. He said that, and I don't have my email in front of me, but he said that for Iola, they needed, I want to say 4 more, total of 10, and Todd Mission was the other additional 4. So, again, they said that they were short, and they had these already. They had the radios that hadn't been installed yet. They had them in a cache that was set aside at Texas Communications, ready for when we gave them the green light to start again. And so, you know,
But-
I didn't find out about this until about 2 weeks ago, that they were needing an additional 8 more, and then I had to reach out to Thomas to see if he had them before we could.
Well,
move
this
forward.
is what I remember us speaking to you about, that there would be no changes unless they came before Commissioners Court, because every time we add a radio, we add a subscription cost, which is something that's ongoing. And we went from 20-something thousand in that budget line to like an increase of 60-something thousand, and then NAVSOTA reimburses us. But it shouldn't have been any changes. Am I making a mistake when we said no changes unless we knew about them? Because that budget got out of hand.
Well, they have not been installed yet. The 8 additional
Well,
have not
then
been
it
installed
might need to be
yet.
discussed on the agenda.
When you say installed, what do you mean installed?
In the vehicles. These are
So
mobile
you're
radios that
adding
go on the vehicles.
installation costs.
They have
And-
handhelds, they won't be receiving any more additional handhelds for now. For the foreseeable future, they have the handhelds that they need. These installations are of the mobile radios are going into the actual fire trucks.
If that's gonna increase the installation cost, then I say the answer is no, unless they do come back and justify it before us.
Right. That's how it
I
got
thought these
out
were
of hand.
handhelds that were going out.
No, these are mobiles that are being installed.
Well, because the installation on that, David, is so high. I mean, if Todd Mission was $49.50, and then they're gonna add an additional 4 more, that $49.50, then potentially could go up to 6,500 or 7,000, is that right?
Yeah, but there's also a
Well, no,
possibility.
but
No, I'm
we
saying
can't do that without coming back, because we've already had that battle.
Right, there's a possibility too, and I need to touch base with Chris, and I can come back and give you a report on this to verify for sure. What I'm thinking now is that the original count that Todd Mission had was 9.
Okay.
Original count that Iola had was 6. When I look, BDI's, their count was 10, but I look on the bill and only 9 were installed. So what I'm thinking here is that it's not that we added radios to our account, it's that he didn't have enough radios set aside to install. And that may be what the situation, and I need to verify that with Chris.
Bottom line is, if you're intending on coming back to us for more installation costs above that 32 or 1,000 or 37,000, don't agree to any of it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Because-
he doesn't even have the additional 8 yet. Thomas does have them available, but he has to go through, check them over, refurbish them, and so on before he can even release them. So those are still in Thomas's possession. Okay.
But every time we add a radio to the system, there's a perpetual cost, not only
Right.
installation, but we're paying subscription costs.
Again, I may be giving you the wrong information. I need to clarify that with Chris to make sure, are we talking about 8 additional to our count, or just that he was short 8 radios for what we were going to install originally? That's what I need to verify.
Please clarify before you get us worked up, okay?
Yes, sir. I know. And I'll try and get you an answer today.
Yes.
All right? Sorry to hold up here from your lunch.
I'm glad you brought it up, though.
Yeah, what did Todd say?
He said he would be here at 12:30, but I'm thinking I'll tell him to be here at
12:45?
12. Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to recess for an hour, break for lunch, and we'll restart at 12:45. Good afternoon. We are reconvening this budget hearing of Commissioners Court of Grimes County. The time is now 12:50. We're about 5 minutes from our planned start, but we are back together, and everybody's tummy is full, I assume. We're ready to rock and roll. We've asked the Sheriff's Department to come and visit with us, and the reason we're picking on you guys, thank you for being here. You don't have to give up anything, but right now Commissioners Court is looking at about $1 million deficit, a little less than $1 million deficit in projected revenues versus proposed expenditures. And we did a hit and run with Road and Bridge this morning. We hit him and he ran. So the next, one of the other big areas that we'd like to look at is the Sheriff's Office. We're not picking on your department, but you have, I won't say flexibility, but because you do have a bigger amount, there might be opportunities where we can recognize some savings. And I will say this, anything that we cut or that you would agree to us cutting or reducing, I'll put it that way, what I would like you to help us do as a court is prioritize those cuts or those reductions. Because what we're dealing with, fellas, right now is we don't know what our final revenue number is from the district tax office. So it could be when it's all said and done, we could leave everything like it is and we have $10 extra or $100 extra. We don't know that to be the case and we don't think that to be the case, but we're starting with last year's revenues as our kickoff point. And your proposals in some areas are more than what you proposed last year, and we get that. So any place that we make a reduction based on your input, I'd like you to help us prioritize. I'll give you a clean sheet of paper on my book, but help us prioritize, okay, if we can put something back to the way we have it budgeted, I'd like to do this first. I'd like to do this second. I'd like to do this third. You follow what I'm asking?
Yes, sir.
Okay? So with that, department numbers, Jesse?
Yeah, 451.
On the new handout is page 19. Okay.
Did, really quick, did Mr. Lilly take that paper back from me and give it back to whoever, the 9,000 fence?
I think he took mine and
I've
gave
got
it to
this
you.
one.
Did he give it back to you?
Here, you can have this one.
Okay, I'll get it.
Because I've got and I put the 12 times the 150, which is 1,800, and ultimately the bottom line was 11,750.
Oh, 11, okay,
11,750, and I'll give you
okay,
that sheet.
thank you.
All right. Are there any areas that you, fellas, gentlemen, that you would like us to look at, or are there any areas that you can consider?
Well, I would say no.
And that's a standard answer, and we get that.
Exactly right. So we're gonna talk about the 451 side?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, we could survive on what we have, I think. I mean, our current budget. If it came down to it.
Now, one thing that we have done,
It will be,
well,
I mean, I know over the last couple of years, we have gone through our budget and tightened it up quite a bit. So
Chief, one thing that we have done, the reason we have some deficit, it doesn't account for all of it, but we currently have a 2.5% COLA built in for all personnel within the county, including the sheriff's office, okay? So with that in mind, or I say with that in mind, I just wanted to let you know what part of our deficit or what's stimulating some of the deficit that we have in the budget. So we're trying to leave that intact for the time being. Okay?
How about you start with deputies? That's a substantial increase that maybe we don't understand.
on,
On a line,
112?
112?
Is that because of the SROs or anything? No?
Todd, so what they're looking at is the increase on that, and it shows it to increase by 33,000. And that's due to because the way that we figured it every year. He has a pay scale that is more strict, I guess, or stricter than what our pay scale is. So they abide by ours, but then they go even further into detail that y'all have approved, where 2 to 4 years experience gets this rate, 4 to so forth, based upon the years of experience of that position. Is that correct? You could
is
stop
that
there.
what or are we talking about the increase for the investigators that we went through with the pay rate?
No, it was the deputies.
That's part of it too, but it's also how, I just want to make, because they're going to go to jail, and they're going to make sure we increase, you look at everyone and you see where they're right, if they're going to move up a notch, remember? on
Right.
that.
So, the 30,000, you're talking about an increase in this year?
Well, it's, what it is in the increase in budget is actually $10,000 for the deputies. That would be, I guess, based on the stair step years of
Yes.
experience that's
Yeah.
automatically
So
built into
every
this
year
pay
when we
scale.
prepare our budget, we have on our salary scale, you know, where officers will get a pay raise based on a different level of experience and certificates and stuff. So when we prepare our budget, we sit down with the auditor's office and we determine what officers are coming up that will get that for this budget year. We get those raises and get their 10% raise for their 10-year mark and certificate level increases, and we figure all that in and then have that added into the budget, so when we go to next year, our budget won't go into a deficit.
And essentially, the 33 would be the 2.5% COLA.
So that's tenure and certificate raise, that's,
Yeah.
that's,
Dollars more an hour.
okay, so what you probably don't see is, the proposed budget where we put in the 2% COLA, that's how it got to be 33. So I should have asked about the 10, not the 33. Okay, I know you have a different scale. Usually when we change grades, here with most of our policy is being, when they change grades, you bring them in at the, I guess, the lowest amount. Is it, y'all set up similar or what?
Well, if we have an officer or an employee that's coming from another agency that has, say, 10 years of experience, we will bring them in at the 5 to 9 year level.
5 to
Just
9.
Yeah, to count those experience. We have a hard enough time recruiting anyway.
Sure.
And if we have somebody coming in 10 years and they're looking at a drastic pay cut, then obviously we won't. I mean, they still look at probably pay cut anyways.
So do we combine the grade structure? Is your grade structure combined into ours so we would know?
Well, we have different pay grades, but a year and a half ago, or maybe even 2 years ago, we came and we restructured our pay grades and separated them out instead of pay grade 1, 2, and 3. We made them the SO 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we put the range in there from beginning to the
Lowest to the
10-year. So, because it seemed like every commissioner's court we're having to come in and say, oh, we need to move this one because of this and this. So, since the pay scale was already adopted, we just expanded the pay grades to meet that, so we wouldn't have to come in every single time we submitted a line item or change status for them in the auditor's office.
And I think one of the things that we looked at or we talked about was the cell phones.
Yes.
Is that in this budget, in your SO, or it's not the jail, it's in the SO?
Line
Yes.
433.
433? Okay. And that's a total of how many?
We put in for 29. Is the number we did, is we went from, currently the only person that's having their cell phone paid for by the county is the sheriff. And obviously over the years, there's been the extreme use of the officers having to use their cell phones on duty. I mean, they relentlessly, we all use our cell phones at work, and it's becoming a lot more stringent where the courts now starting to subpoena records from our cell phones and stuff, and then trying to entangle between personal stuff and county stuff that's being used. And we're trying to separate that out.
And we had the discussion because if they subpoenaed your phone, today you'd lose your personal phone.
Yeah, because, it depends on to the reflect of how they subpoena. If they subpoena the records and they just get that through the carrier, that's one thing. If they actually want the device and the full,
Right.
any pictures that may have been sent off of it, that, they can actually take the phone. And plus, these officers are constantly now, in this way, this kind of size changing, they're constantly having to call the complainants and the victims and witnesses and deal so much, and we're trying to keep them out on the street as much as possible, instead of having them come back to the office. And obviously, all the officers are concerned about their privacy, especially when they're off duty, because if their phone numbers get passed, I mean, I can speak for myself and for a couple other supervisors. Our numbers, unfortunately, even though they're private, they get put out, and we have people calling us all time of the day, night, weekends, and stuff. And officers, they try to do their best on when they're calling folks on their phones to block the numbers.
Okay,
know
but I guess my question is,
if we had to, the most immediate discuss would be 17 for the patrol officers and 1 transport officer.
okay, because it's
would
currently
be-
29, but you say it could drop to 17?
Yeah, that would just leave, obviously, the supervisors and the CID staff and stuff will still have to operate with their phone, but we spend more time, per se, in the office and have a little more advantage to use the phones at the office, but, I mean, we still use them when we're out.
So we were just doing 9,000 for one phone?
No.
No, we increased from 9,000 to 33,000.
But he said
There's
currently.
some air
it was-
cards, I think.
Yeah,
that
yeah, we have 16 air cards for the
Okay.
computers
Okay,
currently,
Okay.
and then 1 telephone. There are 2 different accounts, I'm sorry.
okay.
But, I mean, ultimately, I mean, we've been doing it for years. I mean, we had to, I guess we'll survive another year, but this is something we're just trying to give to the officers, a little privacy.
I know it sounds like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money for cell phones, but at the end of the day, I mean, the issues that it creates for these guys and ladies to have to use their personal cell phones to conduct county business, which we expect them to do, they're not, they always will regardless, just like Chief is saying here. I mean, I get it, but I don't,
For
you know.
now, let's leave the 24,000 in.
And that's on a high-end number too. That's, because we just don't know what credits are gonna be available and promotions they have that come up in October 1st.
Wow.
Because we can't order the phones till October 1st, so promotions, I know, I mean, right now they tell me, yeah, they're gonna give us a $200 credit for each line, and that drops the price down. But they also say, that could be, almost a.
Well, Chief, let me say this.
But they can't guarantee that's gonna be there in October 1st.
I'm just trying to get the conversation going. I'm not against anything I'm asking about. I'm just trying to get the conversation going because the ultimate goal was to try to find some cuts. So I appreciate you.
I mean, because they said there's a bill credit, $5,800, but they can't guarantee that's gonna be there October 1st.
We're just looking.
This,
I totally understand.
it's gotta-
I'm not offended by anything.
So is it, 820, is it about $70 per phone? Is that what, so 827?
Well, they can't guarantee you the pricing right now.
Well, based
so.
off of the 33,000, if you take the 33,000, back out the 9, because, back out the 9 that's budgeted this year, because that's air cards is what you were saying. then
You
that
said
comes out-
16 air cards.
Well, right, but I'm saying,
9,000.
take the 33,000, you back out the $9,000 that's already there.
Okay.
And
That's
then
24.
you divide that by your 29, because that's what you were saying, that comes out to about a year, $828, $830.
But that's also buying the phones, isn't it?
Hmm?
You also, this is buying the phones, is it not?
Right.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, that includes purchasing the phones and the monthly payment?
Yes. But that, like I said, that could go anywhere what they have, they could be running a special,
But
One
are
would tell
you-
me, well, right now, you know, we're running a special, I can get you the iPhone 8 for $99 or 99 cents right now. But I can't say, oh yes, I'm gonna order that. 'Cause
Right.
I can't lock us in until we get this approved.
But what about your air cards? Are your air cards, you're gonna have that in addition to? I mean,
Yes.
so,
Because that's a totally, that's running the data for the computers to run all our reports, our dispatching CAD software and everything that they need on that back to the office.
Have you had the opportunity to talk to Greg about this? I know I don't know if he could do it for phones, but I mean, he's saved a lot of money, it seems like, on
Yeah,
some of it.
I know, I talked to him some. We couldn't get Verizon to do anything. Matter of fact, I just canceled our MDT cards and switched to FirstNet, which is, AT&T is building out a public safety net to where there's priority status and we're on our own band and everything like that. But there's gonna be a lot of benefits, but I think they actually come in like $2 a month cheaper per device. But we actually just switched to that is we were having issues with Verizon and we couldn't get help from their IT guy. Our rep, we kept, but we didn't have a rep, so we have another rep that's covering. We couldn't get our rep to respond to help with the technical issues we're having. I had a couple of computers that just weren't working, period. And because it'll have connectivity, but it says it's not connected, and it's just constantly dropping. And we called and demoed the FirstNet product, and I mean, it solved everything. And we got those going. So, and AT&T FirstNet, they won the state award to build out this whole infrastructure for public safety. So we're making the switch. I called the rep to get a quote for these phones and didn't get nothing. And it wasn't until just last week when I called them and said, hey, we're going to close these accounts, to where they started jumping. Oh, here, let me bring some SIM cards. That'll probably fix the problem. And if you need help, you should call us. We emailed, we called, Oh, well, I'll bring you a quote tomorrow. And still, I mean, I look at the quote and it's still not matching what FirstNet did.
Machinery and equipment?
Yes, that's cars and vehicles. Most of that is increased, the vehicle costs and equipment costs to go into the vehicles, plus when we're outfitting these vehicles, we're adding, the radios, new radios and stuff to replace some of these older radios that we were given.
And so with what you already had in your increase, you can get three patrol cars and outfit them. Is that what I'm reading?
Yes.
Okay.
But, I said that's always an area, I mean, we'll work with what we get. I mean, if it has to stay the same, it has to stay the same. We'll figure out a way to work it.
So in your summary report here from your original budget hearing, it said you would like to have 3 new patrol vehicles and each one of them cost $32,000.
Right.
Plus the equipment for them. Could you live with 2?
I think that's what we did this year. I mean, we just, depends on the year. I know there's a lot of accidents that we had this year. I mean, there's a lot of times this year, and in fact, I think we're at one of the times right now where we don't have a spare patrol vehicle out there. All our spares are being used currently. And each time we buy less and less vehicles, exponentially you're gonna see repairs and maintenance creep up. And we try to stay on three is kind of our magic number that we try to use to kind of balance everything out and to rotate the older cars out and bring some new ones in. This year we only got 2 patrol cars because we needed to buy an admin car. And we're looking at the same, hopefully we're gonna be able to buy an admin car off the proceeds from the auction, so we won't have to look at it next year and we can vote and get the 3 new patrol cars.
Is there other equipment in that line item? Is there other equipment in that item?
Yeah, everything, their equipment and is all in machinery, so the vehicles and the equipment itself is all put in one line item for all our equipment. That's another.
Because I know the 3 vehicles come to, what, 150?
3, just that, like, 32 is just the vehicles.
Yeah,
And
then you
it's
said 18, so those 2 is 50.
Roughly 18,
50
yes.
times 3 is 150.
Yes.
And you've got 212 currently, and you want an increase to 242. I was asking, is there other equipment, like large major purchases you're looking at in the sheriff department?
Oh, all of the equipment that we have to buy. Any equipment we have to outfit with the officers, any equipment that we use is.
But this is not a
for
console.
anything.
Console comes out of another.
Yes, console. I'm sure Ryan can explain more on the equipment that we have.
Everything.
I mean, it's,
All the equipment we buy throughout the
I mean, it could
year
be
with.
anything from printers to everything.
So y'all's are separate, like when you're buying machinery and equipment like that from the Greg's budget?
The tough books are coming out of Greg's.
Yeah,
budget.
tough books come out of here, so they're not
So
included
just,
in here.
the tough books come out of his budget?
One thing is, they have we're still waiting to hear back from Navasota ISD as to whether or not they're gonna move that one SRO.
My understanding is that it got approved in the budget. I mean, approved at their board meetings.
And so probably one of the older vehicles is gonna be assigned to him.
Yeah, we already have a vehicle assigned to them as it is now, so yes.
Okay, because I was reading on what it said in here, and it said additional vehicle would be assigned.
But we had to take a vehicle, one of our other vehicles, and assign to them last year, so yes.
So the difference between the proposed budget is almost, so 100, am I saying that right? 100,000 for other equipment you need, right? Maybe a little bit. So 242 minus 150.
But what you have to realize too, if they have an air conditioner guy over there,
Okay, well, that's what I'm trying to get, what's in that
Yeah.
line? That's what I'm
they
asking.
would have to pay for that.
Well, that would come out of another
I mean,
line
yeah,
item.
yeah, that'll come out of this.
Machinery?
AC.
It's new equipment if it's
If
Yeah,
new.
but they gotta repair
Well,
and
if it's a
maintenance.
brand new. air
Repairs and
conditioner,
maintenance is not
it would
the
come out of
same.
machinery.
Yeah, like, we had to buy, AC
Yeah, that comes out of
equipment
machine.
for the 911 room.
Okay.
Because the 911, said, look, I'm about to send them a letter. Because they have equipment in there, and that room was getting so hot because the big ACs aren't functioning right. So we had to buy AC to put in there. We had to buy one that passed for a server. And, we got an office building where we process stuff outside. In the past we've had to buy, window units. We had to buy a window unit to go down. I mean, not a window unit, but a mini split unit to go down at the tower to keep the radio equipment cool, because if that doesn't stay up, and in the summertime, you know, all those electronic software, you know, any other radios that we would have to buy throughout the year, best we have to buy, anything we have to buy the officers as far as their equipment, you know, flashlights, you know, we just got some grants for body cams, but that didn't cover all of them, so we had to buy additional body cams, you know. Any equipment like that that we have to place, all comes out of machinery and equipment. I mean, we just got, you know, a grant to change out all the radios, but then they're still, you know, then when you go to maintain and have to replace these things, you know, we have to buy all that.
Right.
All the duty belts and vests, and if there's printers or that are attached in individual offices, you know, that's additional equipment, and it's just, I mean.
Well, I get it.
The list is, I mean, to name everything, I don't know, I don't pay the daily bills, but I know it's, you know.
You missed a lot.
He missed a lot.
Well, let's take one that's a
Well,
little
the
bit.
one thing I did want to go back to, when you buy new ACs, that's new equipment, that's new machinery, and that's to that line item. It's
The
not
small ones, not the
repairs.
ones up on the roof, so.
It's not repairs.
Well,
or
if you
maintenance.
have to, if you have to replace one up on the roof though, that would be a new,
Yeah, well, usually that comes out of the building maintenance and
Yeah.
stuff like that, or precinct two's budget.
Yeah, but when it's new equipment, you know, it's
You
considered
know, in the cars
machinery
are just kind
equipment.
of Russian roulette type thing, you know. We switched to the Fords, they were cheaper than the Tahoes, because the Tahoes kept increasing every year.
I bet.
Well, everybody started doing that, you know. There's not enough Fords out there. I mean, we just used the money from the insurance from the fire one, and we had to buy a Tahoe. And, because there's no Fords available, and they won't start making them again until, they only make a certain number. So they keep their supply and demand pretty much in check, and they're fetching now, their prices are going up, the Tahoes are going down. I mean, and it was like that when the Crown Vics were in play. 'Cause everybody was buying the Crown Vics, and they were a premium, and the Tahoes came, and they were cheap, and, you know, just, it's always just a sliding scale, and we jump back and forth trying to get the best bang for our dollar.
Let me take you to line 414, which is fuel, okay? We have $195,000 budgeted, there's no increase there, that's fine. However, if we look at the 5-year average on that, it's $152,000 is what y'all have spent. If I did my calculations right, it looks like you're on target for about $165,000 in expenditure. Oh, actually, $160,000 to $162,000 on expenditure. Do you see the potential of $25,000 to $30,000 coming out of that number?
No, fuels is always kind of a tricky one, because when we lowered fuel in the past,
You never know
and
what
the
the
fuel
price is
prices
gonna be.
jumped up to $3-4 a gallon, you know, we
Yeah,
were
but
way out
that's-
there.
Auditors, wouldn't that be an unforeseen for it to go up that much?
yes, sir, but they're already, they've already spent $127,000.
Okay, I'm looking at the 119,456, but you got a even more current than as a 628.
Yes, I pulled
So
from
they've
this morning.
spent how much
They've spent $127,000 already
as of?
as of this morning.
Yes,
So you still have half of July, August, September, so
2.5 months.
2.5 months. Yeah. I mean, I'm not, well, I guess I am. I mean, I'm not questioning your input. I'm just trying to figure, okay, if the average has been 152,000, because we've had some high prices in the past. Maybe we have more units on the street today than we did 3 years ago, which is going to cause the consumption to go up. Maybe they've been able to do more time spend more road time.
Yeah, call volume could change it. I mean, there's just a lot of variables that will
On our fuel too.
affect that number.
Sir?
Need to look at our transports have gone from 80 per year to about 400 a year over the last couple of years with all the Sandra Bland stuff. That's why we had to have David in control of that vehicle.
Call him an Uber.
Moving lots of inmates. A lot more than we ever have, so that's gonna drive our cost up also. And it's gonna be more next year than this year.
Judge, I understand what you're saying. It's a lot of money in fuel, and I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah, no.
But in that particular area, I mean, I don't want them to get to the point of, we want them out on patrol, and
I agree.
we don't want them to have to worry
I
about
agree.
whether or not they've got enough money to fuel the cars.
But I know, you know, and they know they got some fluff built in somewhere. And if I don't want you to run out of gas, but I'm gonna get you closer to empty by the end of the budget year instead of having a half a tank left. That's what I'd like to do.
I mean, if you're comfortable reducing fuel and we go over, then y'all gonna cover that in general fund?
Well, we're certainly not gonna put a answer on your phone that says, I'm sorry, we're out of gas, cannot make that call, please call back in October.
And I'll tell you, when it was $4 a gallon.
Let me know how that works.
You had agencies, DPS and the game wardens, that were restricted on how much they could drive a day. We don't have that luxury because they don't have to respond to calls in the county.
Well, we need to, we
At
have
the
to.
end of the day,
Yeah.
we're the ones responsible, and we're the ones that have to go out and answer every single call. They don't have to. They can say, no, I'm not gonna take that rate, and then that falls back on us.
And I don't wanna spend a lot of time, and I'm not saying 195 is an unrealistic number. I get that.
That number was set years back, like I said, during the height of the fuel crisis, and that was set by the court, and it's just, and it was always kind of agreed that that's what it's there, and, you know.
You don't use that, if you don't reach that amount, you don't use the
It's very
remainder
rare, 'cause I
to,
think we did use a little this year for IT device and storage stuff, because they were needing 15 or 18,000 or something that year, and that's why I don't, to buy more storage for us, and for our video systems that we're required to have.
Oh, I remember that.
I said, you know, the only place that I know there's money is there. I mean, I couldn't commit anywhere else in my budget to say yes, and then, you know, down the road that I can't buy the equipment, you know, that's needed. I mean, all the equipment is needed. I mean, this whole video system that Band-Aids and these body cameras have put a lot on us, in not only just having the videos in the store and to buy the equipment, but it reflects down to report writing, staff time. I mean, the amount of videos and we're having to do is to reduce the DA, for the DA's office is tremendous now, because now it's, every officer has 2 or 3 cameras, and if I got 5 officers that show up on that scene, I have to pull 10 to 15 videos and make copies, and now we're having to store 10 to 15 videos that we used to not have to, and it's taxing. I think it's one of those kind of unforeseen kind of costs when the legislators, you know, started mandating and requiring all this stuff, is now it's put back on the courts, you know, where do we go? I mean, are we, you know, and at some point, you know, IT, and we'll sit down and discuss, are we gonna keep buying storage, or we're gonna look at a cloud storage type system? I mean, it's just a tough deal, and I have to have manpower to make all these videos, and that takes away from everything. I mean, we might save some fuel because they're in the office making videos. I mean, there's.
That's a sad reality.
The sad reality, the officers spend now close to 40% of their time now, backing officers in office, just having to do paperwork in addition from their just normal report writing duties. All the paperwork that's required now to be submitted and download all these videos and to pull all these videos and make copies, and it's not one copy. We gotta make a copy and put here, we gotta put a copy here, we gotta send a copy for the VA's office, and, so you're looking at, pretty soon it's gonna be to the fact that, yeah, we're gonna be coming asking for more vehicles and more officers, which we can't have enough officers on the street.
Okay, somebody else, I just got shot down, so.
Well, no, I believe that.
I mean,
Don't look at it that way.
Don't look.
See?
you can, I mean,
Your
there's
explanation?
extra money in there.
It's up to
Take
you.
it.
I'm just asking the question, and your
I mean-
explanation's real,
I mean-
I think the officers ought to be deputies, at a minimum, should be 25% of their time off the street,
I mean,
at a minimum.
do I think
But-
we're gonna use the extra 30,000 in fuel that's in there? Probably not.
But we would never
But-
leave you
but-
where you wouldn't have fuel.
In a year or two, are we gonna need it? Yes.
But you're not there now, that's what you're saying, because we're talking about this year's budget, so.
But I wouldn't cut it down to 160.
Well,
To try
his
to-
last year was like, actual use was 173 last year. Has it changed very much in the last year?
We're on path for close to that right this year,
Yeah.
right?
What'd you say they've spent so far?
127, I believe.
127? And that's for,
Fuel,
no, it's for 9.5 months?
yes. But.
So that's 13,368 a month times 12. So you're on the path to spend $160,000 in fuel this year.
However,
But was,
he just told me that he turned in more fuel bills, so
Okay.
I don't know. And when they turn in a fuel bill, it's anywhere from about $3,000 to $5,000.
and they just came yesterday.
Yeah, they dropped fuel yesterday.
Yeah, they just dropped fuel yesterday, so.
Or 3 to 5.
Drop the price?
No, they.
Dropped to put it in the tank?
They dropped a
Okay.
couple thousand gallons in yesterday.
They dropped our bank balance, Commissioner.
Okay, I just wanted to see what they dropped.
But we have lowered our diesel use.
Because that's gone up, oh, because you got rid of the sheriff's car.
Well, we got rid of.
I mean, sir,
Got rid of diesel vehicles.
oh, all of them?
Now, we're looking
So
to
the
compromise.
only diesel being used now is the
We
generator.
have one John Deere tractor that we use. That's all.
Well, and that's deuce and a half.
Well, that's true.
That's
We
your
could fill at
finish.
the gas station if we got it.
Compromise, chief, compromise, we look for compromises here.
I'll figure out to take some money out of there if y'all want.
I don't think that the fuel line, I mean, all it's gonna take is one storm, one fire.
Well, back in
One major
14.
incident. I mean, you never know. I mean, that's
It was
just,
192 or something, wasn't it?
But wouldn't that be unforeseen or emergency if we
Sure.
had that type of situation?
It would be.
it could be, but do we wanna make them worry about stuff like that? I mean, I understand, I get it, it's a lot of money,
I'll
but
take money.
Are you sweating
I'm
bullets
not-
over here?
I'm not gonna worry about fuel. I'm just gonna let it run to the red and,
There you go.
Okay.
Ask for forgiveness later.
Never gonna put 10,000 more on our generators when that happens. How it always is.
I mean, there's,
I mean, but there's probably room to at least pull $20,000 off of it, though. I mean, based on history and what we're looking at, because you kind of want
'Cause
to
your
budget for
highest
this
year.
year. And if anything that surpasses, any, like you talked about, an occurrence like that would definitely be an emergency situation where we can pull from fund balance. So, but to streamline and cut as much, I wouldn't want to call that fat, but that's, it's a little excess of what we have been spending in the past, so,
okay.
I mean,
So 175 is what you're
He
suggesting?
said he could.
Always borrow fuel.
That's what I heard.
yeah, go steal from them. No, y'all have to use the high dollar gas, don't y'all?
Well, we use 89, yes.
The plus.
It just seems to work better for us. Just, I know, I think at one time, and it's, I'm gonna date my positions here, that they used the lower blend and there was a lot of vehicle maintenance issues, so they went up to 89. And it's just always been there.
Yeah, the higher performance engines.
So we left cell phones alone for now. We're gonna take a look at taking 20,000 off of that. But again, we can prioritize all of these. And once we find out what our real numbers are, all of this conversation might be for naught.
Uh-huh.
So your priority is what? Just to be clear.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
Phones and
if we had
vehicles,
to,
right?
we could shave a little bit off machinery and equipment. I'm comfortable with shaving if we had to 15 off there. Phones, I think that's a high end, I don't think we're gonna get that number, but I think, you know, and that's another line item, if need be, I'll drop it down to the 17 that, and put them in the hands that actually needs them the most, and so that number can go down too.
I prefer to leave the phones where they're at, because I think that's something we need to get used to.
Building repairs, $3,000, I mean,
Where are we
you know,
now?
that's just, oh, I'm just looking at the numbers, you know, office supplies, you know, keep that out if we have to. I'm sure we can make do. Yeah.
What did you say that you could, make do with on machinery and equipment?
A
I mean,
negative.
if need to, you know, you can take 15 from that.
I'm just asking for, I heard you say something,
Yeah.
but I didn't, I was writing.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the line items where we have increases, like we started 305, and that's 1,000. I mean, if y'all need to, y'all can have that. 410, repairs and maintenance, that's, you know, building repairs and maintenance. I mean, y'all take 3, and if we go over, we'll count that as emergency expense and come back to y'all.
Did you say potentially you could use two vehicles instead of 3 in that machinery and
Yeah,
equipment? So
and-
could it
yeah,
actually come
and
down
we
even
just-
more? Or
We just tighten up on some of our other areas for,
I'm sure you'd have to
on
increase on.
machinery equipment anyways, if we end
repair.
up still buying 3, we'll just tighten up on some other areas that we need to, I guess. We prefer.
Well,
I mean, if it is, I mean,
Well, I'm sure you'd have to increase probably repair and maintenance if you only get 2 new vehicles. Right, if you're having to stretch one.
that was like
arm
a
little bit.
30,000 increase, so if we only increased it to
That's
15.
building.
Hmm?
That's building, isn't it? Because you got repair and maintenance vehicles, and you got repair and maintenance.
Well, no, our
Well,
repair
the machinery,
maintenance,
I'm
we
talking
have
about
a
machinery
different-
equipment. I'm
So-
talking about you would have to increase repairs and maintenance of vehicles if you only get 2 new vehicles.
Well, he
If
did
there's one that you can
increase it.
strip.
Yeah, but.
I'm saying you'll have to increase it even more if you're
Right,
not,
for running older cars, we're not getting new ones.
Mm-hmm.
over there.
instead of getting 3, if you're having to stretch one more out a little longer, I'm sure the maintenance will probably have to go up a little bit on that. But you could probably
Yeah.
drop.
But we did,
Could we
we were
drop-
asking for 15,000 in there to increase, anyways, just because of the cost that we've been paying on machine and equipment.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure where we are to date on that. We're just trying to recollect our records.
But-
Budget person who kept track on this
Okay.
retired, so.
Well, you
But-
were talking about repairs and contracts that
Well,
increased
there's repairs
3.
and maintenance for buildings,
Yes.
which is 410.
Yes.
And then there's repairs and maintenance for the vehicles, which is 412.
Right. So which one were you saying about the 3,000?
That's 410.
410, okay.
Yeah, and that, if something major goes out, which,
He said,
Come back to
I
it.
would place a good bet, Will, that
But you don't
if
know.
we exceed that budget line item,
Okay.
then
Mary?
come back, ask for
Well,
emergency funds.
I guess my point, I guess, on the machinery and equipment, if we can, I mean, as a priority, you definitely would need 2 vehicles, but you might could get away with 1. Would that reduction be more along the lines of $50,000 if we
that's a
don't have
different
the?
line.
You're on 505.
Well, that's what I wanted, he mentioned that he could drop that $15,000. I was gonna say, can you drop that 50? Because you
50.
take one of the vehicles away. If you take one of the vehicles away, right?
Can't drop 50. Because we are asking for 30,000 extra. So that'll be taking away the new 30,000 plus an additional 20,000.
Well, that was talking about adding 3 vehicles, though, right?
Well, that's,
In that line item?
why we were increasing, so we add 3, but the cost of those, the equipment has gone up, that's why we're asking. Because last year we asked for that increase and we ended up pulling it back also, so. Like I said, the increase,
Well, that's what I'm saying, is a new vehicle with all the added to it, that's about $50,000.
we asked for 242. And I'm fine taking 15 off of that number.
Well, I was saying if you can get by with just 2 vehicles instead of 3.
Well, I'm gonna be buying 3 vehicles, regardless. I had to buy 3 vehicles. Because we only bought 2 for patrol last year. And, it's just like today, all our spares are out, because we got vehicles all in the shops and stuff as it is right now. If we took another 2 vehicle year this year, it will set our fleet back pretty hard.
Okay, so really you can't.
But
can't
like
do
I
that.
said,
That'd be a significant priority to make sure we have 3
yeah,
vehicles.
I could take that 242 and take 15 off that.
Okay.
So your priority is at least, because the vehicles, right? What's your number one? I'll go down this like that. What's your number one priority?
Vehicles,
Vehicle. Your number 2 would be
phone.
phone.
Or no.
And 3 would be fuel.
Hang on. Oh, 3's not, 3's whatever y'all decide. For fuel, I'm sorry. Fuel is whatever y'all decide.
Okay.
It's, if y'all taking, since there is some surplus in there, y'all take it, it's not gonna affect me. Between phone and vehicle maintenance, that's gonna be a kind of a toss-up there.
Well, the phone situation,
I know we can reduce the phone amount. I'm gonna need vehicle repairs, so. I need vehicles and vehicles repairs, and then phone.
In vehicle repair, we've already done a budget amendment, a little over $24,000, increasing that line item. They have spent right at $100,000, a little over $100,000 to date. They only have $9,400 left in their budget, and that's it. That has it at a 91% of the budget, and we're not that.
It's actually less than that. I sent over $7,000 in repairs yesterday.
Well, is that 6,800?
We just had an engine. Yeah, we just had an engine go out. That's what I'm saying, with the vehicles and the vehicles.
That's gonna have to be
repairs,
replaced one of those. Well, with that number,
we're touchy.
is this just kind of an odd year where we've really spiked, or is that kind of a trend that's gonna be happening right now, even with new vehicles?
This is probably your second engine, at
Does
least,
it
I
take
think,
2
last year.
motors in this budget year,
Um,
and I don't know how many transmissions?
These vehicles are getting old,
Yeah.
6,000-7,000 for engine,
Yeah.
4,000 and 5,000 for transmission, so they're heading up quick.
And
So
the
even if we
vehicle may
replace
have
3, then-
150,000 miles, 160,000 miles on it, but then when you throw the idle time on there, it's just even worse. So, it's a hard.
Wear and tear on these, it just happens.
They're not driven like a normal everyday vehicle. When they have to get to a priority call,
High
or get
RPM.
driven rougher than a normal everyday vehicle does.
And we're sending more than one officer to a lot of calls nowadays to where, 10, 15 years ago, you just kind of handled the call by yourself unless you're getting beat up. Then you ask for help, now, with where the culture and the climate is a lot of these calls, we'll have to send 2 to 3 officers there, right off the bat.
So this wasn't just a significant, just a kind of this is truly a trend, not just an oddball year with the prices.
Yeah, we're always fighting the vehicle repairs and vehicles and you know, we switched our repairs also from, I guess, a private shop to the dealership, just because of the quality of service. I mean, we were getting items repaired, and officers driving down the road, and, you know, the tie rod comes off and throws the vehicle in right in front of an 18-wheeler. I mean, you know, luckily, you know, they barely missed each other, but we were just having a lot of issues. So we really had to sit down and look at the quality of service, you know, versus what we're paying. And, you know, we determined that, you know, we're just gonna have to start going to the dealerships for, one, some of the specialty work that we're having to do. Now, we'll follow electronics and stuff in there, but just to get quality of work, you know, we've had a couple incidents where officers really put in a situation where, you know, they could have been in these fatality accidents because of some of the equipment, you know, lug nuts not being put back on wheels and stuff like that. So we had to pull away. And I'm sure Ryan can tell you a lot more horror stories than I can on the maintenance side.
You know, the dealerships charge more per hour on maintenance, or I'm sorry, on labor. And, but the quality of work we're getting from them, we don't have to take it back the second time or a third time. Even a fourth time, one of them that we had that private shop. So, and I think their parts that they're using are, you know, OEM parts, they're quality parts versus what they could go get cheaper down at O'Reilly's at the private shop and stuff like that. So, work's being done better quality, and also most of the time in more timely manner, because they're not having to, you know, get other, not that they put us in as a priority, but they do kind of move us up a little higher on the list to get us in and get us out. It's not just a family car, if you will, it's actually being used for a business.
Who is your priority vendor?
We use the dealerships here in Navasota and then the ones up at College Station. Depends on what all our transmissions and motors, if those being replaced, are up there at College Station, and then a lot of the smaller stuff's done here locally.
It's still the same company. We're still using Sterling for the Chevrolets. And they just first some of the bigger work, because they get the more trained, experienced technicians up and running. And then obviously the Fords, we use Team Ford.
And some of their stuff, they tell us to go to College Station for if it's above their realm of what they can do with their technicians over there.
And then on the Dodges, we send the Sterling.
But now regular maintenance, like the oil changes and
That's
stuff.
done in Navasota.
At
that's
Jarvis,
Jarvis.
yeah. I just wanted the commissioners to realize you weren't taking it.
They do oil changes, inspections, everything with tires, brakes, alignments, transmission services where they go in and change the filter and fluids, stuff of that nature. I guess routine maintenance, you would be able to put that all under.
Well, good.
You know, we'll change the tires where we're not having to buy so much in stockpile now. We just go and buy as we need. So I know that's probably reduced our cost down.
What's that? Tire.
$23,000.
73%, so that's a little bit under the question.
So what is the amount so far, Ms. Mary?
The dollar amount that's been spent so far today, just on the sheriff's side, is right at 17,000.
I must have just got some. 'Cause
Well, we don't buy them in bulk anymore.
And something else y'all haven't brought up, the tires, vehicle maintenance, repairs on vehicles, they say 451, that's including all our transport jail vehicles also. All vehicles now are under 451.
All
That's not
vehicles.
just patrol, that's every vehicle in our department, admin, jail, patrol, everything. Field, right, also the same.
Okay.
Plus, I think some other offices will use that as well.
Is that why inmate transport is less? Did it go over there?
That's only for out-of-state transports. When we
Oh,
do contracts,
out-of-state.
that's the only thing we use that for. And occasionally, if we need equipment that's required under the rules for safe transport, we'll order the equipment.
And a lot of that line item, we also barter with the transport companies for out of state, so a lot of times they needed us to hold a prisoner here until they can come pick them up, and we will, we'll get them from Huntsville and hold them. And then when we need somebody transported from Colorado or something, they will do the transport, so we offset that cost.
Okay, we're just jumping on over to jail, looks like.
Are y'all done with 451?
I think so.
So the big item,
They got Mr. Console. Or the medical.
because the other one's their contract, right? If we're increasing medical, it's contract, that's contract, isn't it?
Yes, it's increasing, and then we're also adding, we're having to add, it's mandated now that we have to add the telehealth, mental health services now, and that's included in the new contract. And I'll refer to Lieutenant Caswell, he can talk about the inmate health contract.
I don't have to get up. Real simply put, we have a bare minimum contract to meet what the state law requires for what the cheapest companies do. That's really all there is to it. There's nothing extra. It is absolutely to the minimum of what the state says you must do. That's what we bid it for, that's what we got. So that we can't take anything from there and add to it. It's exactly what the law requires.
What is repair and maintenance?
That is gonna be
410, you're 14?
That's
Yes,
going to be repairs and
454,
maintenance for the jail. As y'all are aware, our building has a lot of problems. We're spending more money today with issues the state's having with some of the problems we're having in that building now. So it's, we've cut it in the past, but as that building continues to get older and has more and more problems, I don't see anything from it.
So you have this plus what's in Commissioner, is that part of that?
Yeah, the police and jail commissioner has paid for quite a bit of the repairs, not all of them. I think recently we just took 15,000 or so, transferred over to help offset some of the costs.
That's for our big ticket items.
Yeah, that's
Huge
like-
plumbing problems, HVAC problems. And we've got more of those plumbing problems coming with collapsed lines. We're just moving it along as long as we can, and we know they're coming. It's happening all over the building. We got several tanks shut down now because of plumbing, electrical issues. It's, building's getting old, it's costing us more and more. We try not to hit 402 unless we absolutely have to. A lot of it, between myself and Peter, do it in-house, but it's catching up to where we're gonna need every penny we have there to keep the building operational and in compliance. And maybe more going forward because they're getting stricter and stricter, but they have to stay on what we can and can't do.
Like yesterday, we just had condensation coming from the AC system, was just leaking straight onto our dispatchers and the paperwork and stuff. Had the AC people out today, and I hadn't even got briefed on what the conclusion of that is yet. You know, all, the ducts are insulated already and stuff, so I'm not sure what they plan on doing.
I think it may have been a problem on the roof side when I
Yeah,
understood it.
so
They're
it's-
looking at it.
The roof we're having issues with. I think y'all changed it back in '08. You know, it constantly chasing leaks there and, you know, but this not necessarily was a roof issue though, because the roof got looked at it, so it was something with AC with the roof.
Sound like you got a drainage problem in your drain line up there.
That's what they were
Yeah.
looking at, the drains over around the edges,
Yeah.
plugging up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's constantly having, I mean, it seems like almost every day we got some kind of repairman there. Whether we're dealing with plumbing or AC work.
Is there a reason why the jailers increased by 17,000?
Is that y'all's number or ours?
I just see a 17,588. in the proposed budget under 454-140.
Oh, 140?
Mm-hmm.
So that's
That's
the jail
certificate,
salary.
tenure, is that the same thing?
Yes, that's all senior stuff, right? Yes, sir?
It's not tenure, it's about you adjusting, you had like 5 or 6.
Yeah,
people
I mean,
that-
as the officer committee too.
Okay, when you say tenure, I'm thinking $1.20.
Yeah, no, the tenure plus all the officer adjustments.
Into officer adjustments, there's no tenure in there though.
Yeah.
No
It's all the pay
tenure,
scale
but it's
adjustment.
pay scale
It's the
adjustment.
pay
Yeah.
Our people going to 2 years, 5 years, 10 years as they move up. And then, of course, their licensing, can move up, so the stipends on that's different, so.
So,
On the
Oh, so,
machinery and equipment, I had a note, I guess, during our budget meeting. It was 118 and we dropped it to 100,000. Was there, I didn't write a note why we did, I just wrote a note that we did.
I don't have that would jump to the record now.
this is obviously the big ticket item is
It was,
the dispatch concept.
yeah, dispatch concept.
Yes.
And I don't know why I would have done that unless I marked out the wrong one or something.
This is also one of those that could run several different ways on how we go about doing this. I've been on the phone all morning trying to get some updates on some stuff. Obviously, you're running a gauntlet of different consoles and riding, you know, from anywhere, we're looking at each one, the AdTech and Motorola. Obviously, some of the Motorola stuff is gonna be on the very high end, 200-something thousand. I think we quoted the AdTech, what's the quote I had at the time when we put in the budget was, they were quoting 80,000 for just the console, and then they were recommending, I think it was roughly changing 12 or, yeah, I'm not sure why they had a 12 radio change in there to plug into that console, because each channel you gotta have a separate radio for, and so you still only talk at one at a time, but to have them all lit up on the board, you have to have each radio. 12 radios, we got the 8 around, you're looking, it's only gonna need, so you can take another 12,000 off that 118 for sure, and put us around 105, 106 is, it will only hold 8 radios. I'm looking at also a different model, which will be more expandable in the future, which you actually, that end will use less radios, and that's gonna come in around 105. What that system does is will actually ties into the Harris County network, so we'll be able to have a lot of our 700 channels already programmed in, and you just kind of tie it into their network to use it, so you don't need the actual radio. But in the event that system happens to go down,
You still need.
Harris County or something will have 3 radios on it for the 700 system for backup and 2 on the VHF side. And that way, if the wireline system, something with the Harris County system drops for whatever reason, we'll still have the radios to use as a backup, which is the same price. Would go in just the radio, just the console itself, that 80,000, and not change the radios and just kind of wait till they die and then replace them. Which we're already kind of seeing with some of these radios that we're already having to change quite a few of them. I got one that just went out, one investigator's cars. and we can't get another model, so I'm clearly looking at either I gotta replace that one, or we have the same model, so I'm gonna take mine out and stick it in his real quick, and at least he'll have his radio and I'll manage, and come up with a solution. But we can go as low as 80. Also, I did get, because there was rumor that there's a possibility of an upgrade with our current system, and I finally verified that. That's looking around 26,000, 36,000. I mean, 26 to 30,000, more closer to the 26 number
Of the current console.
of our current console. But from my understanding, the manufacturer will put out this year, gonna call it end of life. So it's only gonna be supported for 4 or 5 more years once they end of life items. So you're looking at, basically a new console could run you anywhere from 80 to 86,000, and this is gonna be a third of the price.
So
And that's
it-
not
better-
saying that
better
we
than-
don't
Yeah, not
spend-
gonna have to, only gonna last for another 4
Yeah.
years, is it worth not going to get it?
And we hope that it's gonna run for another 4 years.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the software, that's not including like any computer upgrades
Hardware
or
and
anything
everything.
like the hardware. So, I mean, you run the chance that we do the $26,000 upgrade in 6 months, it crashes and we gotta turn around and spend $80,000.
Yeah,
Or
spend an extra
we
50,000
spend
now.
26,000 and it kicks on for another 5 years. I mean, they're fairly reliable systems. We really haven't had any issues out of the system. What my concern is, and what kind of brought some of this to head was, I was concerned about the actual CPUs going down because they're 8 years old, so I bought some, and they're Windows 10, and that's when we found out that we couldn't put Windows 10 on that system. And now, the company has come out and made an upgrade for the system to work on Windows 10.
So now it can work off of Windows 10.
Yeah, but our current model will be end of life this year, from my understanding. And at some point between now and a few years, we will have to be replacing the console anyways. And then, obviously, and I know there's a concern with the fire department and stuff, that we would still need to look at trying to figure out what hardware and equipment we need to patch the 700 and the VHF system together, so no matter what radio system you're on, you can hear without having to talk on one channel and talk on another channel. They'll both kind of hear and transmit across. Obviously, the new systems will do that. The older systems will have to have additional stuff in there to do that.
Okay, to be clear, you're saying you're patching in the volunteer fire department's
With the
VHS?
and the 700.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter which system, system you're on, they'll still, if I'm on 700, they'll be able to hear me over the VHF. But the new systems will take care of that. The old system, we're gonna have to figure out what it's gonna take to get that. Because we tried it already and it didn't work. So
In the
it's
old
just-
system, we're still gonna have to spend at least 26 to
Yeah,
30,000.
still gonna have to spend at least 26,000 to upgrade. It's just, how far and how long you want to take it.
Okay, so,
But you need to spend at least a minimum for a new board, and you may be able to patch some radios.
Yeah, minimum, we gotta spend the 26 regardless. That would be
But if, for a new board, it's at
it's
least 80.
80.
Right,
for just a console, yes.
just a console,
And that's using the existing radio.
using existing radios, which could be, okay.
which-
And that's where you got that 100,000, because I got it wrote down too.
Originally, we
Based on
had
what
the
you said.
console plus radios, and I'm sitting there looking at,
And we can figure,
going 12 radios, I'm like, well, it can only hold 8 radios, so why is it 12 in the bid? So,
Okay, you said something about the constable must match radios. What is that?
well, the console,
Console.
Console must match radios, not the
Okay.
console.
I can't read my own writing. Ah, okay.
So, I mean, we can just, that average price roughly is gonna be 100 to
Put T in there.
105. Depending on, I think, another company just sent me a quote, I think it's around one something. You know, I was trying to clarify some of these other quotes, which is, the 105 is pretty much across the board. I think we went with the Avtech EX, which does just tie into the Harris County. You have to buy less radios. I mean, we could probably do it with, I mean, we could use the radios, I know we could use the VHF ones that we have. And, you know, so I feel comfortable at 100.
So you're saying 100? Because a while ago you said 106, so which one?
I feel comfortable when we get to 100. I mean, I went from a high end of 130 and got them down to 105.
Yep.
So,
There's just not a whole lot of more room to work out. Or you can just upgrade the current system at 26.
Well, if you're that afraid of it being end of life, then to me it almost doesn't make sense to
It could
put.
work another 4 or 5 years.
Well, you're spending
We
20,
don't-
we're spending 26,000 for 4 years of life, because it's gonna be out of anything else.
But he said
End of
if
life,
you don't
yeah.
incur.
No more maintenance or,
Yeah, and
yeah, if it makes it that long, yeah.
And some of the maintenance could be small. I mean, they're generally, and I'll say this, I mean,
But there'll be no more
Much as I
support
like
for it
it,
after 4 years, right?
they're pretty dependable console system. I mean, it's,
Okay.
Well, just an observation, I mean,
I mean, if I had my way, yes, I would spend the 86 or the 80,000 and get a new one. But if the funds aren't there, then yeah, we could patch it and go on down the road.
Okay.
just talking to different departments and listening for a long time, radio
We need the
communication
option
around
of either the 26 or
Grimes
the-
County is an important
either the 30 or the 100.
thing. I don't want anybody to cringe, but, I mean, I would not have a whole lot of second thought if the budget won't support it, pulling this money out of fund balance to pay for it. It's just an idea. Because I think it's vital. I mean, I think it's that big of a deal. We've been talking about radios every month since I've been on the Commissioner's Court in
Well,
one
that's because
capacity or
we're
another.
buying or adding to the system. It's not about the console. It hadn't been about the console. It's been about the 700, 800 radios.
Well, I understand, but that just supports the idea that it's pretty important.
Yeah,
I mean, this is the
whatever.
hub, it goes down, goes down.
Present, propose. Because I hear, and Jesse needs to know
Which
what
one
we're
we want.
saying.
Yeah.
I was just asking, so you're saying instead of increase 518,000, increase it by 100,000? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
100,000, you know, the other option, we could spend anywhere from 80 to 86,000 and stay with, not change the radios out.
So we'll do
We just
100.
change the console, or just upgrade our current console for 26, and that will, end of life will come this year on that, so it's not going to be supported in another 4 or 5 years.
So go from 160 to 142. Very much.
So say that one more time.
Reduce 160 through 20 to 142 through 20. Is that what you're saying?
So you're just
Well, there's
20,000.
essentially 3 options I think we've got. And I guess, as
Yeah,
Commissioner's
okay.
Court, we need to figure out
Reducing 18,000.
Yeah, I mean, the high end, you know, said you could take the 18,000 off, yes.
That's what I'm asking. Is that
Yes.
what you're talking about doing?
Yes, the 18 could definitely come off right today.
Okay, so just reduce it by 18,000.
Which line?
The 505 radio. that you
505.
discussed.
Take it down 100, 18.
Yes, I have verified costs and things, and yes.
Unless we want to remove and just update the software, I mean, that's the very bottom line, and then we can add it depending on what funds we have. I mean, as a commissioner's court, I guess.
So
Do we want to drop it to 26?
It's all about
Did you
risk.
hear the
Yeah,
options?
I mean, we gotta start it somewhere where we're shaving and then add to where we need to add.
Right.
I mean, that's a pretty high priority to, what kind, do we wanna spend 26,000 on something that may or may not last 4 years? Or spend the 80 at least and then get, an extra
And then be done
50,
with it.
and then be done with it, and then hopefully we can salvage some radios, or then we can go, if we got money, we can buy the radios too. I mean, I guess there's our three options that,
So if push comes shove and we don't end up with the kind of money or a balanced budget,
where they can limp along
we
at least
might
for
have
the
to limp
26.
along.
And
Yeah.
that thing lasts 10 years. We don't know.
Yeah. But you won't have any more support after.
I'll
4
support,
years.
but you'll be able to buy,
Parts.
parts for it, because when they end support, there's gonna be vendors out there that's gonna accumulate all the parts they can for it. And they're kinda hard, that's gonna be some parts for the next 4 or 5 years.
So I mean, that's something we could do for now, and then that's something once we figure out what our true numbers are, we can add from there. So we want to start with just the 26?
Well, he said 26 to 30.
Or just start with the increasing it by 30 for now, and then,
So add 30 to the 42 now?
yes.
So we're,
And if we come in with more, then we would prioritize it maybe up to the newer system. That's what I use.
Yes, to the $100,000, anywhere between that. Yeah.
so we're bringing it up to 72,320.
Yes.
Oh, we'll trim about 10% of your deficit, we good?
No.
But if it did come where they had more money and they wanted to do the newer console, still dropping it by the 18,000 would be sufficient.
Yes.
Because the new console came in at a lower than what you originally thought, correct?
And we could even go down to 80-something, I
Yeah,
think, if we
yeah,
had
if
to,
you
and
had to
use the old
We
radios.
could even go down to 80.
And that's with the new console too?
That's just the console, that's not including the back-end radio.
The radios, okay.
I mean,
Okay.
some of the back-end radios, we can use it. VHF, we're gonna use.
So you could do like a part of it now and a part of it next year. You could add to it on the back-end radios. Like you could do a
Yeah.
part of it in 2020, 2021,
Yeah,
you could do
if
the other.
if you had to do the 80 now, and then next year we could add a couple radios if we hadn't had to buy.
And those radios are about $4,000 or $5,000.
That depends on who you buy.
Depends on which ones you buy, yes. but
So you said
They're
80.
all kind of getting balanced, They're all generally around $3,000 each, but I think if you buy the Kenwoods right now, they're giving you like a little trade-in. They're a couple $100 cheaper and they're giving you trade-in. Just the trade-off is since you're on a system that's built on Motorola's backbone, is yes, the radio's gonna work. Yes, they have to have it open or under, but you don't know if all the functionality of that radio will transfer into the system. Yes, most likely, yes, we're gonna see the ID number, so the officer's in trouble, we know who it is. But, there's over-the-air programming and stuff, they can't guarantee that's gonna work, so if we had to program radios, of course, we're having to do it now, because once we get rid of all the old radios and bring the new ones in, they'll be able to program them, and nobody's gonna have to really go anywhere, just gonna program over the radio. Whereas now, when we program either, we gotta take them all up and run them up to the programmer, or they come down and we gotta bring all the cars and everybody in there, and they physically gotta touch the radio. So it's kind of here and there. I'm I'm really concerned, I'm gonna look at buying one of the Kenwoods that are a little cheaper, and just see what functionality we lose, you know? We'll use it in either one of the CIDs or one of the admin cards, or my card, just so, you know, I'm not, if there is a functionality loss, the guys on the street aren't gonna have to suffer from it.
Just test it, make sure.
All right, thank you for working with us.
Jesse, before he leaves the witness stand, would you start at the top of 451?
Right, where's your
And what, do you have notes that you made, pluses and minuses?
Here and there, so the first thing I have written down is 433. He currently has 29, but he could drop to 17 radios. That's $827.60 per year per phone. But he's not too 100% sure on the exact number because of all the promotions that are going on now, might not be there later on. The 451, 414.
But did you put a dollar amount for that one, a
I
minus?
didn't because y'all said keep all the radios, but he said he was cell phones, sorry. He said, well, hang on, I wrote radios. Let me write cell phones, he said he could drop, but then y'all said keep it.
It's a priority, okay.
I
So,
just left it.
all right.
414 you can reduce from, which is fuel, you can reduce from 195,000 to 175,000, but just know that when he needs it, he's coming back and you're gonna have to probably pay for it.
You bet.
Well,
His
there,
priority list is basically he'd like the machinery and equipment, then the phone, he's up in the air about the phone and the repairs and maintenance on where that would come into play, and then fuel would be.
But the 505, did we settle on the 212?
The 505, the 212, no, he said he only wanted 15,000 taken, not the 30,000.
Okay. So
But it's what y'all decide, I mean, that's just what he is saying, so what is it that y'all?
220, yeah, 15,000.
Right.
So
okay.
15,000?
from which one, 505?
505. So leaving everything alone.
So that would be, so we're
35.
gonna reduce, hang on 1 second, please.
Wait, you left a few out.
We're
Listen.
gonna reduce machinery and equipment from 242,070 to 227,070, right? That's what y'all are saying, okay.
A negative 15.
What else did I leave out on?
He went back up and said on repairs and maintenance, you could minus the 3,000 increase.
The 410?
410.
Well, he said that too on office supplies, you could take back the 1,000 and you could take back the 3,000,
Right.
but I didn't know y'all never confirmed.
Yeah, well, he said those two.
So are you wanting to take from that?
We don't want to, we might have to.
Okay, well, hang on a
So,
minute.
yeah, go.
Those are number one until you take off.
Yeah.
We'll give
Those
you
are the
four
first
back.
one.
I mean, those aren't impacting us much, I mean, that's $4,000, so.
305, you're gonna.
Unless we do
take-
that a bunch and it adds up, you know.
So we're gonna reduce
Back to what he had.
3,775 to
2,775.
2,775. And then we're gonna, 451, 410, is that what y'all said?
410,
Okay, we're gonna do what?
67, 64.
Take the 3,000.
Oh, from 97.64 to 67.64, okay. Did I miss something else?
The fuel, 414, we're gonna take off 20,000.
I already have that, 195 to 175,
And then the 505 minus 15,000.
reduced to from 242 to 227.40, yes.
Okay.
Then he had his priority list, so if you do get the money, then you can maybe add all that back. The jail, that's all I had for that one. And then just for the jail, there was a lot to discuss, but the only thing that I got out of it was the dispatch console. Right now, you can just reduce it down to 72,320 if you have the money, that's just.
Your line number?
505.
Okay. I took 18 off.
can
Go ahead, say it again.
Originally, we talked about 18, but we increased, just right now, the very bare minimum they at least need is to add 30,000.
Add 30,000.
which would only just
To,
patch it.
yeah, from last year's budget.
So
So it's gonna take you
72,
to 72,000.
72,320. If the
okay.
money does become available and y'all do want them to have a new console, then you could, bring it, if you want the new console with radios, it's 142,320. If you want the new console and maybe do the radios the following year, then it's what, 80 to 88,000, is that what you said?
Yeah, 80, 86.
86,000, right?
Yeah, so it'd be 112.
Probably gonna go more, 80, I think.
What?
Probably more, 80. I think that's more the
Didn't you
advanced
say
system.
something wrong?
Did I say something wrong?
Does that make the 505 88,000?
No, the 505 is 72,320. That is to patch the console, and that's only supported for the next 4 to 5 years.
Okay,
If for a new console, that budget line item would be 112,
yeah.
320.
You said 140 something a while ago.
Well, that's with the new radio.
That's with the radios too, would be 142, $100,000.
112 is just the console?
Okay. And that's
So-
all you got?
I have a question. So you said if we went with the option of the new console, it's 80. So is there other numbers that go with that?
That's without the radio.
Yeah, that's
Radios. make it
Without the
100.
radios? Okay, so with the radios, then we're adding how much more?
It would be 142.
He's saying 100.
Well, the 42 is the
142 is
number
the
that's already
budget
there for the
amount.
budget.
Oh, okay, well, see, that's
Yeah,
what I'm
she's
trying
saying
to
different
get
numbers than I'm
clear.
saying.
Okay,
Oh,
see,
well, I'm telling you what the total, the final budget number would be.
Okay,
It would be
okay.
142.
I got you now. I just
Yeah.
wanted to follow you.
Yeah, sorry.
The software is 30, the
We're saying
console's
the same thing.
80, the console with radios is 100.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I had my
Yes,
options right.
okay, gotcha.
And we're out of discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Taking back.
How much more do you want to cut?
That's a discussion for later.
Thank you all.
We'll see
Appreciate
y'all
it.
about mid-year. That's for budget.
Did you tell them to cut it off every now and then, just cut the engine off sometimes?
Oh, we do.
If you come in here at mid-year, you need to go
Because,
back.
matter of fact, we just put a memo out.
Put them in the what?
Put a memo out to make sure they're turning the cars off and not having them idle so much. You know, I mean, we know it's hot and we want to keep the cars cool.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if you're gonna come in here mid-year, go by Jesse's office first.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna be broke and we're gonna need
See,
more money.
look,
Say, we told y'all not to cut.
Not me.
Yeah, go to her. She cut it. She
We'll
cut
find
it.
it somewhere.
Yeah, that seems to be
Did y'all have,
going crazy.
what line item is wasp spray on? I don't wanna cut that.
That's machinery and equipment.
Machinery and equipment.
No, that's the fuel.
Yeah, the office.
I would fuel line item.
gas, but we're cutting that budget, so I need to gas. Sorry, but they can't do that anymore.
All you need to put is soap on them.
Thank y'all.
Yeah, spray them with some detergent.
Just
Especially
soap.
those yellow jackets.
Just spray them with soap.
Is there more people to talk to, or is it time for a recess?
It's time for a recess.
Okay. So we take 9 minutes?
Yes, please.
We're gonna recess, it is 2:21.
It's about noon.
So he's got 3 months.
Okay, I'm bringing the court back to order. The time is 2:35.
Oh, you're right.
We are in a budget workshop. I noticed the district attorney's office is present again, so they undoubtedly have brought more cuts for us to consider for the budget.
Actually the opposite, I realized something earlier.
Oh, well, this is a deduction day, not an addition day. You'll have to come back at another time, sir.
Next year.
Yeah.
So I'll stand. I got a current VA this morning.
Current what?
budget analysis this morning
Okay.
for our office. The fuel for our office is coded out ever so often. They do the journal entries from the PSO, and sometimes they are not current. So when I proposed our budget for this year, I didn't change it because at the time when I looked at it, we were in good shape. I pulled it this morning and we are actually over budget today. So I went through and I've been sitting back there doing trends. My recollection, which I just went down and verified, last year we moved, when gas fuel prices were down some, we moved our budget from 10,000 to 8,000. And right now we're on track, we're at 8,100 right now, we're on track to be basically back to 10. So we probably need to go ahead and move our fuel budget back to 10.
Okay, give me your department number again.
It'll be 430, 414.
414. Okay, so you're stating that you want that to go back to 10,000.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's not how it works in budget cuts.
What was that number? 430.
Well, as far as this, I would, if it makes you feel any better, I can tell you this year, we should be able to move money around and cover it without having to come ask for more.
Okay.
That is any consolation.
No, because I was counting that money to go into fund balance. I didn't want you to move it in, I wanted you to move it out. Okay. Did you make any other observations, John?
No, sir, otherwise, we're in good shape.
Okay.
We will await the court's review on the position.
Thank you. Court, as Commissioner Walker mentioned to me, he says, well, you know, we still have another big department, that's IT. Greg's not here today. I do expect him tomorrow. So I think with the court's permission, what I'd like to do is, I've already got the meeting set up with Harry Walker and auditor's office for 8:30 in the morning to go back through and see if we can kind of finalize what the numbers there might look like. So at least we're all on the same page and talking the same language. We can incorporate the sheriff's reductions, sheriff office reductions, and I guess the others that we have taken a look at, or that people have talked to us about. Of course, a couple of the adjustments weren't down, they were up, like we did for the EAs on the postage, making that $3,000 addition for notifications on there.
Judge, I wanted to point out something on the jail's budget.
Yes, ma'am?
Um,
That's 454?
Yes, 454 on the 505 machinery and equipment.
What page are you on?
20.
Okay. Okay,
The $42,320 difference from the $30,000 that we budgeted for the console,
yes, ma'am?
that is for another vehicle for transport. I just wanted the court to be aware what that 42,000 was for in the jail budget.
So last year, did they already get the vehicle?
Let me look at the expenditure, the experience.
I'm sure they probably did.
But
Still have
they maybe happen
Oh,
to
they
get
still
a
got it?
second one.
That's a diversion
They've
crew
only,
vehicle.
they've only spent, a little over 24,000 of their budget this year.
Maybe that's where he's gonna get that third vehicle he told you. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Well, if it was 42,320 last year, you're saying that budget included a vehicle from this year's budget, I guess?
That's what I thought it was in there for. And, but
Didn't he get a vehicle for the diversion crew?
Yeah, they bought it.
They bought a Ford truck.
Yeah.
But I think this is
They may need a transport.
transport.
I think that's why they kept that same amount in there and we just added 30,000 to it for the console. Because I think they need another vehicle for the transport. Because I did call.
Is that a way to confirm that?
I I did call and ask Caswell I think it was when the judge and I were meeting, I'm not certain. But I know I called and Caswell said they needed another vehicle for transport. But since that wasn't discussed, y'all didn't even talk about the 42,000.
Yeah, we just kept whatever, what the
Y'all
increase
just were
was.
talking about the console. And so I just felt like maybe I should just point that out to you so you realize that that's.
Jesse has a phone right there. She'd probably be more than happy to call Dan on that, if you don't mind.
was working.
Oh, I know you were.
Okay.
Okay.
She's busy eating right now, too.
IT was so nice to set this up where we can get to our server and she can work on the spreadsheet.
That's awesome, excellent.
So in other words, the 24 that's been expended,
Hey, what is the 47?
May not include a
For machinery
vehicle.
and equipment and jail? Yeah, what's that 40? Right, but if they're talking about just patching it for now, what's the 42 in there for? The 42, it's in there right now, the 42.3
20.
and 42 in the 505 in jail and the machinery and equipment. Well, it would be 72 with the patching. What's the 42? Yeah. That's what. Yes. What is that for? Yeah.
Next year, let's go to zero balance budget. Zero budget. Let everybody
It's not for
justify
a
every
vehicle.
nickel.
and then build it back up.
Dude, Let's take a little longer.
Restraint
Thanks for
equipment,
that.
restraint chairs. Cages for vehicles.
That should be sheriff's, not jail, shouldn't it?
In the
Well, they
van.
have to,
Oh,
in the van, if they bring them over here, I think it has some kind of bars or whatever.
when we build that new building,
So
we're
there's
gonna do
no
away with that.
specific
Yeah.
use, like, there's
Some of
no
it, yeah.
specific thing for next year, it's just the equipment that's probably what you're saying. Like, you don't have in mind certain equipment for that point.
True.
Okay, Mary was saying Caswell told her it was for during transport vehicle. So you use a portion of it if you put it up.
And Butterfinger tastes so
Okay.
good, a Butterfinger shake it tastes even better. Well, it would.
Yeah, probably that would cover it.
Don't give him any more Butterfingers.
I didn't read
Okay.
my name.
Alright.
Now he wants, what they call them?
Now he's
things?
Butterfinger shake.
Yeah, or
But they
blizzard.
have a
Butterfinger
blizzard,
shake.
that's what.
Okay.
Ma'am?
So it could be for numerous of things. It could be for a restraint chair, restraint equipment, cages for the vehicles. They just spent 15 grand to put in this sliding thing in their van so it would close off the back of it.
Right.
And so, and then it also can be used to help purchase the transport vehicles.
Okay, but it's not just a $42,000 price tag for a replacement vehicle, okay. All right, that answers that.
So is there any way to refer back to last year's budget, like this binder that speaks to what they were requesting the 42 for?
I'm sure, they always give a narrative on each account. That, well, I say that, if it's not increasing, they don't normally have a narrative, so you'd have to pull until you see where it went up to 42.
Okay.
Well, would they still need that 42 if they've just purchased those
Those
items?
large items?
Well, like he is suspecting that they'll have to buy a transport vehicle for Huey because it has a lot of miles on it. So there's things that constantly come up to where they're going to need, but that's a question you have to ask him. I can't answer that.
So they're still planning on buying a vehicle?
Well, they work it in their budget, yes. I'm sure they, well, you looking like that. they work it in there for, like, if they can find one that is cheaper, that doesn't have as many miles, and they have the money to purchase it, they're gonna purchase it if they need to.
Will they do that this year?
Yeah, you would have to really call him. I can't answer that.
So do you think, I mean, is the intent to buy 3 vehicles or 4?
You
I
said
think when
3.
your vehicle goes as far as purchasing and what they were discussing earlier, that's out of 451. That's not out of
Yes.
454.
We didn't talk about a vehicle like.
Not out of 454, no. So,
Yeah, but I mean, it's,
Okay,
yeah,
you'll
but
find out.
I will find out. I've got a note right here. Talk about vehicles.
And one thing we need to realize too, Court, is that with the turnover that's happened in the sheriff's office, it's come to light that not everything was being coded correctly, and some of those things we caught as they came through, but things that maybe should have been charged to one department, office supplies or operating supplies, might have been charged to the other one. And so last week, or Monday maybe, I don't remember which day it was, we gave Caswell and Todd a printout of the general ledger for the sheriff's office and the jail. And they were gonna go through it and tell us if there was anything that we needed to do journal entries on to put it in the correct line item.
Okay.
But there's been some issues with things not being handled correctly.
And they have an opportunity now to get it straight within their accounting? Okay, very good.
Okay, you were leading down the road of telling us, or did we ever finish?
I don't know, but I can
About
start.
IT.
Greg is not here, but I have a good connection with him, and I'm glad to sit with him, and he is, I mean, he's got a big budget, and he knows it, but he also regularly is finding ways to, because of negotiate, because one of the things is with one of our software vendors, there's like an $81,000 charge that needs to be done, but he and I discussed, and we think that $81,000 charge ought to be submitted to the provider at $40,500 or something like that. So it might be, boom, we can capture 40,000.
there's also that I have called and asked him, but I know he put in for new copiers for the JP3. 2 new copiers, I believe. One was coming from the treasurer, and then the treasurer was gonna get a new copier that did more at the capacity level that she needed. But the court approved JP3's renewal of their contract just recently. I wanna say it was earlier in this year.
Yeah.
So those 2 copiers may be coming out, because unless we
Right.
can find out if they can terminate those without a penalty, I don't see why you would do that. You know, I would ride the contract out and then purchase the new ones.
I'll ask him those specifically.
Yes, because I know the last time I spoke to him, which was a couple of weeks ago, he hadn't heard back from,
Yeah.
and then they're with Precision too, and so you have the issue with Precision. What's gonna happen to all of our contracts that are
Right.
with Precision?
Right.
So,
Okay. So I guess, Commissioners, I'm making notes and capturing any ideas of anybody else that you would like me to talk to on our behalf, but.
What about the software increase? I mean, just understanding that a little bit better. I'll go back and read my notes that I have, but the large increase in the software.
In the IT? Okay.
and I'll say, I did speak with Greg yesterday, had a pretty lengthy conversation with him about the software increase and
Okay.
the other increases, and he justified every piece of software, I guess is what you would call it.
Which department are y'all looking at, or?
423.
423. One of the things, if you wouldn't mind in your meeting, and it was alluded to this morning, the DA's office is still on Justware, and that's a $35,000 item. If the trend is to go and implement LGS, and I think the same thing goes for.
$35,000 to buy the car for their new investigator when they get one.
Yeah.
And it probably wouldn't increase LGS by $35,000.
I wouldn't think so.
2 licenses and maybe 3 licenses. Okay.
I
But
think each of the
Commissioner, I will talk on it. Ma'am?
I think each of the lawyers are on it,
They
and,
all license.
Yeah.
yeah, they're all.
They're pretty heavy loaded because they could all be working on it at the same time.
Yes, the attorney.
But I guess where I was going with software,
Mhm.
like we've asked other departments to do, like prioritize if it's something that could maybe wait, and if we have more money, then be added back in.
Most of the software that he's got included on there, I think, well, I mean, I can tell you what he said, but I'll let him speak for it. All of the software that is currently included on the list that he gave us in his request is either implemented already in the departments, or, well, all of it's being utilized right now, with the exception of the new programs or the iWorks for the maintenance department, which is gonna help that with efficiency. And then an asset management, and that's to analyze the network so he can look at everything that he's got on the networks and update it as needed, I
Well, was
guess.
some of this pulling from departments into
Well,
his too, or is it, that was paid separately, this is actually increasing software?
The rentals and contracts were reduced in the departments last year, and then a few more have been done this year. I was gonna say on Al's software, that works thing, Al paid for that out of his budget this year.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a subscription fee or something that goes along with it, but, that's really about the only thing I can think of. Now, I will say that, on the FI, the money that we have paid for Hill Country, our new contract started in June. So June, July, August, and September, that's 4 months. So we will get credited 8 months of what we've already paid in the first month of, probably all in the first month.
Is that going to reflect on that line 426 under the software?
Mm-hmm, it's under there.
It
F5.
doesn't currently, but I can put the pencil to it,
Okay.
figure that out. I mean, it's not gonna be, but maybe 3,000.
Okay, it's not a big
Or a little
number.
less.
Okay.
Okay, is this like annually on the Adobe? Because didn't we just pay a bill for Adobe?
Is that a software question for Greg? Okay.
I didn't know if this was an annual cost or what.
It's $3,600 for 20 copies.
Yeah, that'll be an annual.
That's annual? Okay.
And that's the professional, where you can do everything, and it automatically updates. We don't have to pay for any updates or anything. Updates are included with that price.
Okay. So,
And I'll review computer hardware with him.
okay. So did I hear you say earlier that the JP3s were going to LGS?
They will be.
But meanwhile, they still have to do the Hill Country?
But LGS will do the same thing that FI is doing. They'll prorate us and give us a discount off, whatever the difference is in the months.
So there may be some savings from Hill Country?
It's gonna be probably at least 6 months before any of the JPs start moving over to LGS. But, you know, when they do, whatever is left on their contract with Hill Country will be honored by LGS.
And so one of the reasons that the JPs are, from what I understand, not on LGS right now is that there is not a fully implemented JP program through LGS, but that is what they're working toward. And that, I think Judge McLean can probably benefit from that as well, so.
So this, the county court at law justice hosting, is that totally different?
Yes.
Just like,
And that,
County Court
that's
of
kind of,
Justice hosting?
it says county court at law justice hosting license, and it's 28,000.
Yes, that is New Dawn. That's the New Dawn. The one they said they
What?
still have because they have information on it that they're unable to get and they're having to manually enter it.
That's New Done, so I
Yeah.
see the one DA's office above there
Yeah.
is just where 35,531, which is also what I saw on the New Done. I didn't see this 28,231 on the New Done.
That's a question for Greg because he's been trying to get them out of that double contract I think they're trying to work on.
Which was the 75, I think you spoke about the New Done was 75, but you're waiting to see if we could get out.
Yeah, I don't know if I just did that 81, but it's 75 or 80 or something, and my suggestion to him was, based on them not fulfilling their end of the contract, bringing this contract to a conclusion, we're making an offer of half of what they say we owe, but, you know, if you put pain and suffering of what we've been through and not able to do stuff, it's certainly worth a reduction of half, so.
So what I want to know now, just to be clear,
Okay?
where is this, it's under Greg's budget, but it's also over there in New Dawn?
No, it should not be under Greg's budget. We talked about that and I subtracted it off, but let me see where it's, because when I met with him, it's budgeted in New Dawn, there's a fund balance in there, and that's not a restricted fund balance.
What fund is that?
24.
On your piece of paper, how much do you have on the one, on his printout, how much do you show should be under software?
Under the printout that I have?
The one you're looking at, the one.
For
where you
which
see the
one?
form.
For the DA's office or for the just?
IT, for the software.
249, 727.
What are you looking at, Miss Mary?
Up at the top above the,
Okay, I see.
This total, and that was for software, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay. So we had already reduced it down to 203,000. And the reason for that, I'm trying to get to his paperwork.
well, that 4760, I think we took out for and then,
Hang on a second, you're gonna talk, I'm gonna ask you again if you're not ready. Okay, so what we did is, he had 235 is what I showed he had. So he had a revised one, even after the one he had originally submitted, he revised it. And when he came in and presented, he made that comment as well. So we backed out, it was originally starting out at $235,553, okay? We backed out Hill Country, which is $15,110, because they're going to go to LGS. And so where he had, I don't know if on your sheet, he has FI like 4 or 5 times at the bottom, he probably does it in yours 5 times. No, but 5 times? Okay, so I can give you a new sheet. But he added all the LGS for like the JPs and the judge, and let's see, he even added it for the DA for 6 license. So I don't know if he means that that is new Dawn. Nope, okay. Yeah, so we need to look at that one because it could probably be reduced even more. But 16,680, do y'all have that amount on there?
For what?
I think
Yes,
it's
6, say it again.
16,680.
I don't see that amount.
Yeah, 16,080.
Yeah, I see
That's
that.
district clerk LGS.
And we got
No,
10,680.
It's 30, it would be JP. Oh, it looks like he would, oh, we had talked about because Hill Country, for the JP3, I know Hill Country comes out of Fund 33. Does it come out for the other JPs as well?
It has,
So
yeah.
we said we sat down, we said we needed to look into the fund balance for Fund 33 because those for LGS could potentially come out of Fund 33.
Okay.
Provided that there's enough money because that's restricted funds and that could be used for their software, or that is their software. So that's where we came up with the 203,000.
We, in previous years, we paid all 3 of them out of there. But, their fund balance is getting lower and lower and lower.
So that was the one they have for technology?
Yeah, yes ma'am, that's technology fund. So let me see how much their fund balance was. Because that's what they need, he's estimating 16 grand. And this also applies to no different from road and bridge, no different from using fund balance where some of the issues, like I was a little skeptical about. JP Technology, at the end of 18, they only had $23,000. So depending on what they've expended to date, do you know? And how much revenue has come in?
No,
They would probably barely have enough to cover the full 16 grand. But then you have to keep in mind that if we do use all of that restricted, that's another 17 grand you're gonna have to come up with in addition to the other ones for
Annual.
next year. And you're not promised the same revenue.
Sure.
I mean, it's just so happens that it's kind of worked out for us, but that can quickly come to an end.
But did we look at revenue? What
Do we what?
what revenue goes in there annually?
Yes, so on annual basis, JP Technology, it looks like about 23, let's see. I don't have that in here. How much comes in?
right now, we're looking at about 9 grand a year.
Okay,
Because that's what I see.
okay. So if you have 9 grand, how much is budgeted in their travel and conference for this year? 91, right here. 91, so you're looking to expend all of theirs.
But that's machinery and equipment. But,
That's where,
I know, but this is where we pay for their software.
yes, I
Got
know.
it.
I was
There's
just seeing how much you budgeted. So you budgeted about what we received. So you're budgeting a little bit more than
Yeah,
what we received.
I guess we actually received about 87.
So with that being said, sorry, just kind of managing. So with that being said, they should have enough out of this fund balance to pay for next year, but then the following year it wouldn't be. So IT would be able to reduce his down by their LGS fee. And I don't really know if he had a confirmation on how much that fee was gonna be.
I got him bids when I was working on this, and this was months ago. And the judge said, well, see if you can get us some bids on what it would cost to do the JPs, the county court at law, the DA, county judge. And so they sent those back to me, and I gave them to Greg so that he would have the exact numbers.
Okay, so with that being said, then you could potentially pay it out of that restricted fund for next year, and then the following year have to come up with it. On his new list, the DA's office and the Justware, that's not even on his new list. It's because he has a note that says it's coming out of Fund 24. So it's not on the new one.
Okay, those would not be on the new list.
No, do you want a copy of this new list?
I see where I wrote that Fund 24 on the side of it.
Right.
It wouldn't hurt to have a copy of it.
Okay.
So back to my question, so if those are coming out of Fund 24, have we accounted for that? Because we're showing that we reduced it by 20-something thousand.
24.
24.
There used to be salary in 24,
Mhm.
and there is no salary budgeted.
I see that.
There should be enough for their license.
Well, but last year, or for 2019, we budgeted $57,000 for licenses.
Right.
The bill was only 30-something
30,
thousand.
35, 250.
Well, that included a 5% increase from this year.
Oh, so you're only proposing 35,250?
Yeah, so that would not cover county court of law.
Right.
Well, they have the money in fund balance, so you
I
just
know.
need to increase it. It's not gonna affect your.
Right, because I was using fund balance for this anyway.
Okay, but, okay, I heard you.
Oh, sure.
Yes.
That was a lot of talk. I don't know if I got to your point.
My point was,
Or
did they
got to your
account for the county court at law?
If I got to your answer for you is what I meant.
I'm gonna talk to LGS and see if I can't get them down here to see if they can get that data and get it out there.
Okay, out of New Dawn. So that we're not, because right now, from what it looks like on the expenses, we're only paying for one, the DAs.
Out of the Fund 24.
Yeah.
It looks to be that way, yes, and it could
That's
have.
because we haven't received a bill from them on the other, and that's one thing that Greg has been negotiating with them.
Okay, so,
Yeah, if I have software that's not working, I mean, you shouldn't really have to pay for it.
It's a contract.
But
It's
where
what
is
gets
that?
Signed, and I don't know if it's not working, like the JustWare system, I don't know if it's not working. I think it is working. I think they got, because the system Tuck was in here not happy with was LGS.
Mhm.
It wasn't New Dawn.
No.
He's the one who pushed for New Dawn in the DA's office, and he loves New Dawn. I think he got on to LGS because that's what all the clerks were on. And because he was in a different job that he thought that would work more efficiently. So, and the New Dawn has been not a good situation. And I know Greg has been working on that and trying to figure out what to do, but he came in at the tail end of it too. So it's
Yeah.
gonna be pretty difficult and time consuming for him
The
to.
DA was on New Dawn for 2 or 3 years.
Prior to us approving.
Prior to us getting into this new contract where we were, the district clerk was gonna go on it. But then, when they came down and they were gonna start installing it and, everything, it didn't have any civil in there. And Gay says, well, I can't use it if it doesn't have civil in there, you know? So it's just been a nightmare.
plus they didn't, I guess, do the conversion. Remember, that's what
Yeah,
we.
I know Michelle was doing a lot of, working on a lot of that stuff.
Make it work,
but-
and it's really wasn't, yeah,
She
fully
was
doing what we wanted
She
to
was
do.
writing the program.
Right,
Yeah,
she
so,
had
yeah.
to write it. and
I guess-
stuff, But once you get it set up, I can get it done.
I guess my concern is, if he had it listed on the county court at law just as hosting, where is that now? You said he removed it?
That is, he told us on Fund 24, this is how much you should budget for the license. And because he's handling that whole situation, we took that and we plugged it into Fund 24. If the DA is not, I mean,
I'm the one that calculated Fund 24.
oh, then, well, I thought, how much does he have? He has 50 something on yours? Is
For what?
it 50?
It was for licenses?
Yes.
It was originally 50, but now it's 35.
No, I'm talking about on your sheet that he.
Oh, on that sheet, 35, 531.
35, 531, is there another one?
The county court at law justice hosting and license is 28, 231.
331?
I just didn't want it to pop up somewhere else.
No, it won't, it just
Okay.
needs to be added to Fund 24, so 63, 762.
But that may be part of the 80,000 bill that we got, that he got.
Yep.
Because I haven't seen that bill, and it's probably,
Well, I don't know that he's got a bill.
oh,
I think what he's done is he's taken the contract, he's worked through the contracts, looked at the payments made thus far, and then based on what still needs to be paid according to the contract versus his taking away services not provided, he's come to the conclusion, this is what we owe. And I told him, I said, is this our pure number? And he goes, yes. I said, what about the additional man hours and everything that we put in trying to get this resolved and work? He said, well, no, that's not in there. I said, then we're gonna offer to pay half of this. Let that be our first shot, maybe our last shot. If they don't accept that and close out the contract, we'll bring our county attorney into the discussions.
he's gonna love that.
That's why we pay him the big bucks.
Okay, with that being said, I guess my concern is although we took it from 57 to 35, which was a reduction of 21.7, where is this 28, 231?
We're gonna have to put it back in after we talk to him, but it does, either way it goes, it's not gonna affect your bottom line number.
Okay, but just so we'll know,
Yes, it would be a question for Greg and see how far along.
Well, Greg will be in our discussions with those two young ladies right there.
okay, so she got it too.
I have a note
Okay.
that we need to include the county court at law in the Fund 24, and the total should be 63,762.
Because they come out of Fund 24, and then the other ones come out of Fund 33 is where you're looking at taking the Hill Country for the JP3s, LGS or whatever.
Yes, for 1 year.
Okay. But we need to be mindful that it can reappear because we don't collect enough.
Yes, we won't have enough anymore because we've been utilizing our restricted funds.
Okay.
Okay. I've got my notes, you've got your notes, auditors have their notes. Anything,
Okay.
any other notes we need to make?
You're gonna meet with them and you're gonna make some changes and then you're gonna propose or come up with new numbers for
Right.
us. But I still think there are other numbers in here that,
And I'm willing to go through those and kind of back to my original comment when we started this workshop this morning. Have you folks gone through the budgets? Have you made notations or put at least question marks of areas that you'd like me to question or challenge? Because I'm not opposed to getting anybody back on the phone or asking them to come over to the auditor's office tomorrow, visiting with us while we go through that.
I guess what I'm asking is, are we going to, once all of that is done, come back together? I guess it'll be the 25th here in a
The
minute.
25th is Wednesday or Thursday of next week.
Okay.
Monday.
You said something about.
Thursday. Okay, Monday is, there's a, according to the calendar, auditors are going to. I need just a little bit more paper. July the 25th is deadline for the chief appraiser, back to July the 23rd by noon, which is Tuesday. Auditor's Office to return proposed budget draft package to Judge for review. July 15, Judge to have proposed budget draft to auditors for entry. So we're gonna meet again tomorrow, so you folks, and we'll be building the budget as we make the proposed changes, and then we can have that or a copy available for distribution no later than Friday afternoon and Monday.
Well, I
Correct.
thought you said something about, and you may have been talking about this meeting, but we said after Wednesday, you were gonna get some number on Tuesday, and that we could talk budget again after Commissioners Court on Wednesday.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we do have the,
I had suggested that if we were gonna get the number on Thursday, why couldn't I get it on, because Shannon told me probably Tuesday.
Right.
So I can have an agenda where we can certainly discuss it on Wednesday after Commissioners Court.
Yeah, that's what you said, because you didn't know how many.
Matter of fact, is there not an agenda that says it already?
No, you were gonna,
No?
add that to it because, you had to rechecking availability of the room.
Okay.
And we said Wednesday, because we already had the room on
Yeah,
Wednesday.
Available
got
all
it. Okay. Which, yeah, you're right. Are we good?
Okay, so,
So, I just want to remind you that tomorrow afternoon, we do have a meeting with Cal. So, we won't be going too far past 4:30. Okay?
Well, we just might write you off and continue on with Jesse. I don't know. Surprise, surprise, surprise. All right. So if there's no further business, is there a motion?
I make the motion we adjourn.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned. Time is 3:17.